So hey, real quick. I was listening back to the VODs. For reasons. Music's a bit loud. Wait, what? Oh, right. Play it all back. Thank you. So, it's been a minute. Between I'm Your Beast, a day or two off where I was busy. We haven't played this in a minute. So I went back to go through the last VOD, and realized I went back through the VOD before that instead. So I had to really rush, or really high-speed play through the last VOD. Oh, you know what? It's probably best we jump in to actually demonstrate what I'm going to talk about, because we came to a pretty contentious point in this story. Yeah. Just as I remember it. So, how old Newest go? Oh boy. So, there's a couple of other things in the story that I'm, iffy about to see. I became E+ last night on your break. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It was just, half an hour of nothing, so. Good news, though. You missed out on my, the frame rate drops I was getting, eventually in the game, because I'll talk about that a little bit. Well, no, I may as well. It's short. I had some problems with the frame rate after I'd visited too many locations. Basically, if you don't turn the game off after you've visited a certain number of places, I feel like a lot of that stuff gets, kept in cache. And then when you go into another area, it starts to try and have to unload and load a bunch of textures during gameplay. And this is, when you're walking around. And yeah, it was causing a lot of problems, and I don't think the super resolution setting I was using was working very well. It was NVIDIA RLSS 3? I can't remember the thing about it, but it's a fairly modern thing. So I looked through my graphics card settings, I looked through NVIDIA control panel, I updated my graphics driver, fingers crossed everything's all good. The driver is a year old. Thankfully, because my card is actually, from 2020, it means that, it actually had a last graphics driver revision that isn't very recent, so I can, fairly stable. And funnily enough, there was also a stability patch that went out for 16. Last night, after the stream finished. It didn't actually fix anything. I did some testing afterward. But I found out a solution. There's a super resolution setting that's legacy. And that just fixed the problem entirely. I think I think it might still degrade quality over time, because what super resolution settings usually do is dynamically pare back either the resolution of textures or certain effects it's actually rendering so that the frame rate is consistent. At least I'm pretty sure that's the whole point. It's basically to kind of make sure the graphics settings apply smoothly and you can slowly tweak things back. But yeah, I assume either because the legacy version is doing a lot more to actually cut things back, or it just works better with my card, because it is older. Yeah. Turned it right back up to Ultra, turned it back up to 60 frames per second. Seems fine. I'm waiting for next stream for the bit where we hit the 8th hour, and I realize, oh, everything's rendering it. All of the textures are at 240p. That's not how textures work, but equivalent of that. So yeah, I'm hoping I solved that. But yeah, that's not what we're here for today. So, Paranormasight. Paranormasight has had a couple of different meta things going on. There's very, from the very beginning, it tells you, hey, you are a person controlling these scenarios. And then during our intro to the game, in this set of timelines, we run across multiple scenarios in which the player needs to get the player character to do something that they don't understand. And there was an entirely meta solution to a particular encounter along this line as well. Like, the player character does nothing. The player does something. So, it has already established it is going to be playing with the fourth wall. And the idea that you are playing a video game is going to come into, is going to be part of the game's mechanics and probably its story to some extent. But we reached a point last stream that I still feel very torn about. Basically, within Fancy Sushi, there is a number of areas you can go to, and one of those areas includes a dialogue from Aereo. Aereo? Yeah. That indicates that, oh yeah, it'd be great if we could talk to someone here. You look around, you examine everything, and there's just no one to talk to. Which, okay. You go to the last area, there doesn't appear to be anyone there either, and the thing finishes up saying, hey, you can't proceed here. Okay, cool. Clearly something else needs to happen in the other chapters. The problem is, I had already gone through Life Can Be Tough, where these characters actually end up in the alleyway we were at, right? And that's an important thing to know. This ended without us going through this chapter. Remember that. Earlier, I believe, I think before this, we had gone also through Hitomi's Help. And Hitomi's Help ends with, I forget their names off the top of my head. Yako heading to a destination with her friend. And then it boots you out. It doesn't say that the thing is suspended. It doesn't say that, you know, there's still progress to be made elsewhere. It just boots you out. So, what do you do then? Life Can Be Tough is finished. We can't move on to the next thing. These two are stuck in the two areas that you can potentially explore, and you just get told to leave. And this isn't doing anything obvious. It turns out that wherever you put Yako at the end of this chapter affects where they appear in Fancy Sushi. So, you need to talk to someone at the school, move Yako to the school, and the chapter ends. Then they appear. It's actually a really cool idea. It kind of puts the player in a situation where they have to think about, like, okay, there's clearly, like, we're clearly stuck here. Is there anything I can do about this? Because remember, we know that there's meta elements to this. So, I still think this moment falls flat on its face because of two very key unfortunate things. First off, this is in the past. And obviously, things that happen in the past affect the future. Obviously. Unless you're King Crimson or Gold Experience Requiem, cause and effect exists. What happens in the past affects the future. First off, this leaves off without anything being said and doesn't show you a next chapter like this does, right? It doesn't show you where they end up being. So I think that there's something stuck in here that might need to be revealed later. Because at this point, it hasn't been made clear what is locked by you need a piece of information before looking at this scene. You need to have done something in other timelines to make sure that what's happening here is happening. Or some other third secret reason that I can't think of right now. It isn't clear that these are interacting with each other, and more to the point, it doesn't give you a unique scenario to think about that. Like, imagine if this actually extended to a screen you couldn't click like this, that was blurry, but it flashed the location that these two are at. Suddenly you're like, oh, that's weird. You come back here and fiddle things around. Oh, they're in a different location. Hold on a minute. And then the brain blast happens. So that's the first unfortunate thing. I genuinely think they should have done something weird here to prompt the player to be like, hey, are you looking at the screen? Are you understanding the cause and effect of your actions? Now, depending on the order you come into this, that might be the only problem you encounter. However, I encountered a second problem because of the order in which I did this. And you might remember me saying, hey, remember when I did this and other characters showed up without me doing this chapter? The literal opposite of the way that this works. I thought, given this interaction, that the characters were working independently of myself, of my actions in the game. But they don't here. What? Like, genuinely, if the whole point is to prompt you to think, hey, what you're doing is affecting things, why did this end with these characters ending up here? We could have suspended in the alleyway and suddenly this happens, right? Or, you know, if you happen to figure this bit out and get here, not finish in the alleyway, it gets up to here, and then, you know, you hit another suspend. Bro, we just gotta add one more layer of obfuscation, bro, I swear, just one more layer, bro. Yeah, no, it really... So I brought up 13 Sentinels, in the previous, talk about this, but I actually want to bring up, Zero Escape here. 13 Sentinels is obviously very aware of the... Well, I guess this applies to 13 Sentinels too, but both of those series deal with a lot of timeline fuckery, like this, right? You go down different routes, you follow different characters' perspectives, and the timeline... There is a consistent timeline all the way through from certain people's perspective, because there's some shit that happens in 13 Sentinels. But those games were very careful about the way that these things interacted with one another. Zero Escape doesn't actually have that many interactions in between all of them. Zero Time Dilemma is probably the most complex in that way. But usually it's either you need to have seen something in the past beforehand and seen a specific route, or you need to gain a piece of information before you can proceed somewhere else. Because the information is required to proceed. Both of those games do that incredibly well. There's some shit that happens in 13 Sentinels, the understatement of the year. Yeah. Not wrong. That even might be an understatement in and of itself. But yeah, this is just, this is fundamentally not handling this well. I think, like, regardless of whether I end up liking this or hating this as, like, an idea, I think the implementation of this is just flawed. You have a counterexample to the things that are happening here. You don't establish that, like, something has changed in this timeline to make you think of the actions that are happening in this bit of time here. There's a third thing I was gonna say. And the meta aspect, and this isn't a problem, but the meta aspect itself requires the game to let the player think about it. And unfortunately, you are leaving way too much to chance with this being the way it is. Like, you can't, like, you have to, sorry. You can do these in basically any order. And unfortunately, because they've made an arbitrary decision here that this doesn't have to interact with that, it leads to the player thinking, if they go through it down like this, that Hitomi's help can't be influencing this. Characters are moving around by themselves. Right? Now, I can definitely understand the thought that maybe you want to be careful about these two interacting, because it could be a little too much and it might be a little complex. But these are the things you need to really, really think about if you're going to do gameplay like this. Because if you give the player too much freedom to fuck around in any chapter they want, you could end up teaching them in the wrong way. They could end up learning the wrong lessons from the thing they were supposed to do later, if that makes sense. Like, imagine explaining a parry before you explain a block, right? Like, blocking is the simple, reliable way of doing things. And then you've got the parry, right? Actually, this probably isn't a good example, because those are kind of interchangeable. Yeah, again, and I think this speaks to the complexity of the problem, which I want to be very clear. This problem is a very complex thing in terms of the way people play games, the interactions between developer and player, the order of operations in that, creating different stories depending on the way you go through them. I really like that they're being ambitious with this, but they fumbled it. This is a major problem here, I think. Because, like, this is doing the exact opposite of this. And yeah, I'm not a fan of the way that ends up playing out. Because I then start going back and forth between these, going, what the fuck am I meant to do? And and it doesn't seem like I'm having an effect on this. Like, genuinely, take a blurred screen, or take a hazy screen like this, stick it here, and make it flash with, like, the location that these two end up in. So it's indicative that, hey, this screen is changing within here. Do you understand? Do you understand? Yeah, it's really unfortunate, I think. Okay, so I think we can, oh shit, not restart. No. Oh, I guess it just starts from here. That's fine. Anyway, now it's time to play a video game. Now that I talked for like 15 minutes about game design. Also, let me know if the sound is loud compared to me. I think because I've been adjusting my mic down, I didn't adjust this game's sound too much beyond that. In fact, I think I may even... God, that's really loud at 1. That has such a high bass volume. What the fuck? That's crazy. Like, setting that to like 1/10 of the volume on any other game, I feel like would make that mostly inaudible, but... Nope. Alright. Kamigata High School. There they are. Not even particularly heavy music, yeah. Alright. I've read this more times than I care to admit. We're just gonna... Oh, that was new. Hold on. Yoshimi also looked out for these students as a Sumida city officer. Juvenile delinquency. The midpoint of the Showa era saw a marked increase in delinquency among young people. A wave of violent incidents targeting teachers as well as students, and often involving weapons, consumed the nation's middle and high schools. Bosozoku motorcycle gangs also enjoyed their heyday around this time. Japanese arrest rates reached a historical peak during this period, and the pompadoured Yankees and female sukeban delinquents became a common sight on the streets. This youth rebellion is often framed as a reaction to universal education policy or the pressure of highly competitive entrance exams, but its causes are likely manifold, extending far beyond the deficiencies of the education system. Probably true, yes. I imagine it is probably more complicated than that. Agreed. Like, another thing they could have done, honestly, is have the suspend, instead of just immediately booting you out, have Tsutsumi, Tsutsumi? Is that his fucking name? Tsutsumi, yeah. Have Tsutsumi just say, like, yeah, it'd be really great if we... Yeah, there's no one around here. I don't know if we're gonna get any information here. And, like, again, you can go here, and then you can go to the second place, and it doesn't look like the second place has effect on the, Haruwe route. But the previous one has an impact on this, but then you make it so you can go to either of these things, and then my brain breaks, because I'm like, what? You haven't thought this through. You haven't thought how this interaction actually works through. Anyway. There's some people. Huh. That's... Boss? What is it? You want to talk to those girls? I do. Yeah, I do. This is divine intervention. You were brought here for a reason. I needed to divine things to actually figure out what to do, but sure. Fuck. Also, I forgot eye drops. Like, they can't play it off like, oh... I admit, they can't really, like, What the fuck did the cap go? I'll tell you what. It'd be really silly of them to be, like, to not play into the aspect of the game they felt, like, really ambitious about, but at the same time, when it fumbles, I'm just sitting here like, yes, divine intervention. Definitely wasn't trial and error. Come on, Ario. Huh? What? Oh. Controller? I gotta put that a different USB port and see if this does the same fucking thing. There we go. What? Hey, aren't you... You must be that high schooler skirting the child labor laws who I've heard so much about. Say that again? Sorry about that. He's with me. Miss Tsutsumi, if that's how you feel, maybe you should look into improving my working conditions. I'm sorry, what? You must be that high schooler skirting the child labor laws who I've heard so much about. Say that again? Sorry about that. He's with me. That... Why would that indicate that Mio thinks that... Or Aereo is indicating to... Oh, again, I feel like there's a lot of stuff being lost in translation here. It's kind of a shame. Mrs. Utsumi, that's how you feel. Maybe you should look into improving my working conditions. I prefer not to work for free, to be honest. Don't you worry about that. If you help us out, you can have whatever you want. Boss's treat. Wait. Really? Thank you so much. I've always wanted to go to a fancy sushi place. Ooh, yeah. Like one of those places in Ginza? I've never been. Let's go. We got ourselves a deal. Right, boss? Girls are at our service. Hold on now. What just happened? I never said sushi? Looking forward to it, boss. Wait, since when were you included? You guys are funny. You should do stand-up. It's usually easier to let Aereo do the talking when it comes to young people, but we only have a day. It'd be quicker if I take the reins this time. But he did manage to win them over with the promise of food. Let's see how this plays out. Sushi, huh? Well, if that'll solve the case, it's a small price to pay. I'll just expense it to the Paranormal Affairs later. Yes, hi. I have a receipt for a sushi place. What's that got to do with your work? You remember that student we've been taking advantage of in labor laws? Expense the... Put through this expense report, then. I feel like Tsutsumi would be shrewd enough to do that. Mio Kurusuzu. She's like a disciple of the Paranormal Affairs Chief. I've heard that she helps out with the investigations free of charge under the guise of training. Though she's my old boss's protege, she helped me out plenty while I was in Paranormal Affairs. She may look meek, but she's got strong spirit sense, sharp instincts, and courage. Plus, quite the brain to back it all up. That said, I can't help but think there's some kind of darkness following her around. So this is Yako Sakazaki. She was with Mio. Would she be a friend? Did Mio finally make a friend? If she did, it would do this old man's heart good. But I better not say that out loud. Don't want to make her look bad. Alright, what's going on? This is one hell of a coincidence, huh? This random girl you know is already involved with the case. So, how much have you been able to figure out? Well, I know what happened around midnight last night. Someone invoked the Feast of Shadows, which boosts the power of curses, then brought forth the 7 mysteries of Honjo. That allows even those who do not have the power to cast curses to gather soul drakes for the rite of resurrection. At least that's my hypothesis. Sounds about right so far. As I'm sure you know, there are actually 9 mysteries, not 7. When the Feast of Shadows was cast, the cursed stones appeared before those who wanted the rite at the locales of the 7 mysteries. We've managed to gather 3 cursed stones so far, including the one I got first, the Evergreen Beach. You got 3 already? Wow. We have the cursed stone of the Fool's Procession. Well, Yako, the girl standing behind me, does. That's me, Yako, the girl standing behind me, yo. She does. Is she alright? We could take it off your hands. Well, the Feast of Shadows has no effect during the day, and there's still something I want to find out. Alright, I'll leave the Fool's Procession with you two, then. Thank you. Please keep collecting the curse stones. I'll be looking for a way to stop the Feast of Shadows. Okay, got it. That should make things go more smoothly. What about the other curse bearers? Have you run into any of them? Well, last night at school... You were here last night? Yes. You see... Huh. You You two were using a spirit board? That's so cool. So that's when you ran into the curse echo. I'm glad you survived the encounter. Somehow we managed to get away without accidentally setting it off. Curse echo we saw took the shape of a woman missing an arm and a leg. What? A woman missing an arm and a leg? That's... the one-sided reed. This is bad. Huh? What's so bad about that one? You idiots! Think! The curse bearer of the one-sided reed is... See, when that was admitted, I think I think it was during last stream. Like, okay, yeah. So, like, Haruwe, I think it was Haruwe? Talked about how the janitor... Yeah, you. How the janitor, oh, it's interesting that says none. But I guess that's 20 years ago. Oh shit, I lost him. No, too far. There. Makoto. Someone non-subtly dropped a hint that this man, or a janitor, reminded them of, Nejima. And Makoto, if you tell Makoto to head into the building, then Mio ends up dead by way of the one-sided reed. So I hope there's more to it than that, because if that's the case, like, it'd be one thing if it was coincidence, right? And the one thing that is working against this theory at the moment is the idea that Nejima says that he could do it from anywhere. I guess you need to know the person's location, or you need to know something. But, like, it couldn't just be, like, remote kill everyone, right? Like, that'd be insane. Either he needs to have it, if he wants to be targeted, he needs to know something, or it can be indiscriminate, and he doesn't need to be present if it does. But yeah, this kind of lines up. You tell Makoto that Mio's still in the building. Mio ends up dead from the one-sided reed. And now we've got an explicit connection to who has the one-sided reed. Fumichika Nejima. He admitted to it. He admitted it himself. That's his curse. Oh, that's right. Wait, but if that's the case... Nejima might have been here last night. What? I mean, it's possible he was lying to us, but... What? Who's Nejima? No clue. Anyway. So... Nejima is trying to take advantage of the Feast of Shadows for his own nefarious purposes. Huh? He said he's going to massacre the city at sundown today? And he's trying to get your daughter too? That's why we've been trying to find him, but to no avail. Honestly, this information has been the most useful we've gotten so far. So, just to be sure, could you tell me who else was at the school last night? Well, as far as we know, there was us, Mr. Janochi, and one of our classmates, Hitomi. Don't forget old man Ashimiya. Wait, Hitomi. Do you mean Hitomi Okuda? Second year student? Well, yes. Why? Boss. So she was here last night. Huh? I saw Hitomi earlier, though, and she didn't seem like a curse bearer to me. You did? Did you talk to her? Yes. Would you mind if we asked you a few questions about that? Hitomi said she didn't want to talk to the police because she was afraid she'd become a suspect. So I can't tell you anything unless you swear you won't drag her into this. Ah, I see. Don't worry, this is a different matter. A different matter? You mean about the police officer, Mr. Yoshimi? You know about that? Did Hitomi say something about him? Yes, she did. Actually... Before we go any further, we're talking about people who were at the school last night. There was one more person, though I'm not too clear on the details. There was someone else? Apparently, Hitomi actually saw Mr. Jinochi getting cursed and killed last night. What? Talk about some vital information. What she said happened was... Michio was the one who killed Mr. Jinochi? Are you sure it was really Michio that she saw? Well, that's what she told me. I wasn't there. That must mean there was another curse bearer here last night. Jinochi was killed by a curse, so someone had to have been there, whether it was Michio or not. Damn, boss. You think it really could have been Michio's ghost? I mean, based on what we've heard, she does have plenty of reasons to be vengeful. Calm down. Just because the paranormal exists doesn't mean just anything is possible. It's still possible that Nejima was behind Jinochi's death. Yeah, I suppose that is true. Someone still killed Jinochi, and that means that there's a... like, let's take out Michio for a second, right? Or the mysterious person. So we know there's Mio, Yako, Jinochi, Hitomi, and the janitor, right? We're pretty sure Hitomi's not a curse bearer. Mio and Yako are accounted for. Jinochi died to the curse. So that leaves one person, the janitor. But then that raises the question, who used the one-sided read then? Right? If the janitor killed Jinochi, couldn't have done the one-sided read shit in that alternate timeline. And, like, it would be a good red herring to say, like, oh yeah, the janitor goes in and Mio's dead. Wow, I wonder who has the one-sided read. But it's actually more complicated than that, because, yeah. I also don't remember if we got an inkling from Yako that, old man Ashimiya actually had a curse, but... we can't rule him out. It's a nothing as opposed to a confirmation he didn't have anything. But what about Hitomi's story? About this janitor, Ashimiya, was it? How old is he? Do you know how long he's worked here? Huh? Why are you so interested in him all of a sudden? I only just transferred to this school though, so I have no idea. He's around 50 years old. Came to our school about half a year ago. No one knows what he did before, so there are all kinds of rumors about him. I see. Thanks. I'm starting to get a better picture of all this. Huh? Listen up. It's not uncommon for former prisoners to find work under an alias after their release. The notoriety attached to their former name can get in the way of the proper rehabilitation, you see. What are you... No way. Ario, have the officers apprehend the janitor. He worked a night shift, so he might still be in the overnight room. Yes, right away. Boss, bad news. Apparently the room's been empty all morning. Sounds like they've been looking to question Ashimiya too, but couldn't find him anywhere. No. That all but confirms it. Just one more thing to check. Are there any photos of this Ashimiya? The old man seriously hated getting his picture taken. He'd always avoid it. Aereo, call an urgent search for Makoto Ashimiya. Can't let him get away. Yes, sir. I'll contact HQ right away. Oh, we're still not done? God damn. I didn't expect this at all. Yeah. How could that old man have been some horrible criminal mastermind? I can't believe it. And a curse bearer on top of that. I think he was so close to us this whole time. Ugh. Gives me chills. A guy like that really shouldn't have been allowed to work at a high school. Well, let's hope it isn't already too late. Oh! I may have shown Ashimiya my curse stone last night. What? I don't like this one a bit. Nejima did say he wasn't specifically targeting curse bearers, but I'm glad nothing happened to you. Wait, but then, could it have been old man Ashimiya who attacked you in the hallway? Ah, I almost told him that you were still in the building, too. What? You did? Yikes. Good thing I didn't say anything. Okay, so this is reinforcing that. Like, I don't know how much of this game is actually left, because we've got a timer until sundown, but, like, it does feel like we're unraveling this pretty quickly. I have to imagine there's something else going on. Especially when this is all happening, no, I suppose player knowledge is less diegetic, but, like, this is confirming something the player already kind of knows if they run down that particular path, right? So this could be the game playing with the player's expectations and knowledge if they have actually done that, but then I have to wonder to what end. You might have gotten very lucky there, kid. This is too much. I hope they find him soon. Come on, Long Arm of the Law. Help us. Okay, good. About the mastermind behind the Feast of Shadows. To put us up to the Feast of Shadows, it would help if I knew more about how the curses of those 7 mysteries first came about. In that case, you're probably best off talking to that crabby researcher guy. You mean Mr. Araishi? I would very much like to talk to him. Oh, right. He's a teacher here too, isn't he? You would know him already. He might be more inclined to talk if it's one of his students doing the asking. Do you know where he is? I do. We tried to talk to him, but he refused to cooperate. You two should give it a try. He's at his usual cafe working on his papers. Cafe. Oh, Kurokikyo Cafe in Kamizawa. Thanks. We'll head over there now. School rules say we're not allowed to go to cafes, though. Don't worry about it. I'll allow it. Thank you. Huh. That's all it takes? Laws, who needs them? To be fair, that seems a very odd one. There must be a mastermind behind everything. Someone who orchestrated all this for a reason. I want to find out why. Hitomi. Hitomi did say something, say that Mr. Yoshimi entrusted her with something. He did? What was it? Yoshimi gave her a talisman? Yes. Apparently, he asked her to look for another one just like it, one that Michio had. What kind of talismans could they be? Boss? Doesn't ring a bell. But if Yoshimi was talking about him with his dying breath, they must have been pretty important. Did they find a talisman on Michio where her body was found? I'll check, but if they did, Yoshimi would have had plenty of time to retrieve it before he died. Right. Would you consider giving us Hitomi's contact information? I'd like to talk to her about this talisman. I'm not sure. She never opened up to anyone except Mr. Yoshimi. I'm no good, huh? I was friends with Yoshimi, though. You don't seem like too bad of a guy. Not that scary for a cop. But I doubt that'll be enough for her. She really doesn't want to end up becoming a suspect. To be honest, she was even a bit wary of us. Well then. Do you think she talked to Yoshimi's fiancé? Haven't they met before? Oh, they have. She told us about that. Yes, she might be willing to talk to her. Alright, we better find her fast. You haven't been able to reach her? That's a little worrying. Mayu Chozawa. We'll let you know as soon as we manage to contact her. Okay. I'd be willing to give Hitomi's contact information to her. Oh, right. One more thing. Hitomi told me that Mr. Yoshimi gave her instructions in the event that something happened to him. He told her to give the talisman to Mr. Nakagoshi from the police headquarters. What? So it was a Nakagoshi case? Why would Yoshimi tell her that? Could you check on that? I will, but well, I don't know if they'll pick up when I call. Is he with the Paranormal Affairs Bureau? Well, yes. Nakagoshi's the chief, but he's almost never in, so I don't really know the guy. To be honest, I'm not even sure if he exists or if he's just a figurehead. I've never spoken to him myself. All Paranormal Affairs cases are referred to as Nakagoshi cases. Jeez. What's up with that? That amulet Hitomi was looking for may be the missing puzzle piece to this mystery. Okay, we're all done with that. Yeah. Yako. What was that thing you mentioned about Michio earlier? Something about a grudge? Do you know anything about her? What's your relation? I'm her friend. I was actually planning to resurrect her at first. Ah, I see. We gained quite a lot of information from you two. It's only fair we share as well. Tell her, Ario. Alright. Keep in mind that this is just a theory, though. Paranormasight theory. Okay. After re-examining the crime scene, Yoshimi concluded that Michio's death wasn't a suicide, but a vehicular collision. Wait, what? An accident? Being hit by a speeding truck or van would have resulted in similar injuries. The investigation was ordered by Yoshimi, so it seems he had his doubts about it being a suicide. What? A van speeding? Yako? What's wrong? You okay? Yeah, this is new. Ah! A van. There's a young man in the driver's seat. Is that a woman? Yako! Did she slap? There's a young man in the driver's seat. In the passenger's seat, a woman? Huh? Yes. Wait. Was I... Are you back now? How do you feel? You're covered in sweat. Yeah. I'm okay. I think. Sorry, I went a little crazy there. That's no problem. As long as you're okay. That was quite a surprise, though. Yoshimi talked about Michio, didn't he? Oh, talked to you about Michio. Well, he didn't give me any specifics, if you're wondering about that. So I don't know what was truly on Michio's mind either. Right. Do you have any idea why Jinochi was so scared of Michio? Well, about that... I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but... Hey, Charles, how's it going? I see. Well, I have expected it was something like that. Thank you for telling me. Sorry, it's hard to explain. Yeah, it's, creepy shit. Which, I do have to applaud the game. It might have just been a case of, the translation not quite being... not quite being on the ball that it managed to dance around this, but I feel like it danced around what was going on, what Jonochi was doing to Michio pretty well. Just like I wonder what he got his hands on to be able to blackmail her like that. Indeed. Forensics is still investigating the area. I didn't really want to bring these kids to a place like this, but there were too many onlookers outside for us to speak comfortably. Besides, it'd be good to have Mio look around the scene too. Can I look around much? Oh, I can. What's that rope all about? It indicates where Jonochi's body was found. They moved his body, but this way we still have an idea of how it was found. Yikes. It's a little gross. You can even see how his arms and legs are all... Ugh. Cool it, Ario. You're scaring her. This kind of stuff is a little much for a kid. Hey, I'm pretty sure she only asked because you were staring at it so intently. Yeah, we're in the middle of a conversation, man. Why are you just, like, looking around at the crime scene like that? Alright, that's enough. Mio, what do you think? I knew it the second I looked at the scene. You're right. Traces of a curse still linger here. I figured as much. Does that mean Jonochi was killed by one of the curses of the Seven Mysteries? Yes. A strong curse like that always leaves behind a trace. Wow, Mio, you're so calm. Are you used to this kind of thing? I wouldn't say that I'm used to it. It just comes with experience, I guess. Trauma. No? I've heard some stories about you. Didn't you investigate a gruesome scene where someone had been killed by a paranormal attack without even breaking a sweat? Stop it, Mr. Tsutsumi. She's going to get the wrong idea. Whoa, that's amazing! Mio, you're a professional. You think? Totally! You're cool even in the face of death. That's awesome. When you put it like that, I'm not sure how awesome it is. Alright, hold on. Let's finish the rest of this first. Michio, what happened? Oh, okay. But it hasn't got the tick. Fuck! I suppose there's still something that... hey boss, Forensics is calling. I'll go see what they have to say. Sure, thanks. Boss, they found this on the ground a short distance away from the scene. What is that? A ribbon? Yeah, kind you used to tie up your hair. What? I've seen that ribbon before. You have? Well, go on then. That's the ribbon that Michio always used to wear. What? Doesn't that mean that Michio was here? Are you sure? Definitely. I have the same one at home. We bought them together. That has to be hers. And did she come back to life somehow? But how? If I was Michio and I came back to life, where would I go? That's the question. She got her revenge on Jonochi, but she may have more revenge to dish out. Is there anyone else she'd have a grudge against? Well, what about the guy who killed her in the collision? If she really did come back to life, then it's terribly sad that she's spending her new chance at life like this. Being obsessed with revenge is such a tragic way to live. I'm afraid that's all we can tell you. Don't worry. You were a big help. Thank you. We should start our search for Nejima and Mayu Chozawa. It might be worth it to check Michio's house as well, just in case. Let's use the school as our base of operations. If anything happens, go to one of the officers hanging around here. Got it. Thank you, and good luck. We'll go talk to Mr. Araishi about a way to lift this curse. Alright, boss. Let's get going whenever you're ready. Certainly well versed in the paranormal. Just can't get over the darkness. The darkness area. You don't understand. All it needs is something right here. It needs something right here, you absolute fuckers. It would have been so easy to just have that break. God damn it. But I guess the thing they probably wanted to do... I'm guessing the thing they probably wanted to do is not align this where something wasn't happening. For example, like, these two are here, and there's no timeline here, but there's an extension. So, like, they're here and accounted for, so you don't need something here, right? But then they just end up here without you doing anything. And also, in this chapter, we didn't end up going here at all. Okay. Dead or alive? Haruo Shigima. Haruo and Richter visit Michio's home, having determined her to be a key player in the unsolved kidnapping case from a year before. As the complicated story begins to unravel, they encounter two men. New music. God, they do love their fucking, swing and big band sounds. Ma'am, allow me to introduce one of our country's most elite detectives. The name's Jun Ario. I'd hardly call myself elite, but either way, it's nice to meet you. This here is the brilliant Chief Inspector Tsutsumi. And yes, he's just as tough, rough and tumble as he looks. Sometimes I really don't know if you're complimenting or putting me down. So you two are detectives. This is my client, Miss Haruo Shigima. Father's a big deal in the police himself, so remember to mind your manners. Big wig named Shigima? Boss, you know this guy? Shit. I've heard the name, but you know I don't keep track of who's in the upper echelon. There's no need to worry. I am my own person after all. My father has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, did you hear that, boss? Looks like you're getting off easy again this time. Don't make it sound like I'm involved in some shady business. It ain't like that. You both seem rather jovial despite being detectives. How rare. All the police officers I've met have always been so dull. Well, you won't find any dull cops here. We'll round up all your criminals with a smile. That's our motto. Aria, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, man. Come on. I will say, though, she has found herself in the company of 3 complete fucking characters that are somewhat associated with the police. Her lucky day, I guess, she got actual human beings. How lovely. Keep it up. Just hold on one second. This is the first time I'm hearing of that. Well, you're right about them not being your typical detectives. Yeah, sure can. Seems they were acquainted, but also like they haven't talked in a long time. Young and energetic detective. He seems to have a strong sense of justice. If my son had the chance to grow older, perhaps he would have become an officer just like him. It seems like he's got a lot of experience working the streets. Most of the officers I know are the bureaucratic desk jockey types. Contrast is rather striking. I still think the music might be a bit too loud. Well, no, I think it's probably fine. It's just for Harue's voice in particular, I'm not too loud with it, so. So these detectives are out here because of the recent sting of strange deaths. It's best we keep quiet about our involvement with the curses. I guess knowing how to deal with cops is also part of an investigator's job. Not quite. The two of us used to be comrades, that is all. Comrades? That's right. Richter used to be part of the police force himself. He quit a few years ago to go solo. Is that so? You should give it a try, Ariel. There's more freedom working as a private investigator. Can't say much for the quality of life, though. It's been 2 years, right? I hadn't heard you since you quit. I didn't think your business would last, but here you are. You sure you don't want to return to the force? We take you back with open arms. What? Sit on my ass and watch the birds fly? I'll take a pass. I don't belong in that world. Come on, Richter. We need your talent. The public needs you. Nah, you don't. This is my calling. The police will manage just fine without me. Keep on tying up all your loose ends, saving the little birdies you abandoned. I can't believe you were actually part of the police force once. There's a story behind everything, ma'am. I don't regret my time on the force. I wouldn't have the connections I have today without it. Alright. What brings you here, Richter? You want a case? That's right. I'm picking up the police's slack. I trust you remember the kidnapping and murder case from last year. Oh. Fucking... I pressed the wrong button. God damn it. Oh. Yeah, no, that speeds through. Is there an option to... Hold on. Usually, like, there are a lot of visual novels that end up having a setting that's like, hey, don't prevent me from skipping past anything new. This game doesn't have that, so that's a bit of a shame. Oh, I remember now. You're that... You're that Haruhi Shigima. Oh, man, I've lost his voice entirely. From the kidnapping case. Huh? Did I miss something? Don't be an idiot. It was a case where Mune Sada Shigima's grandson was kidnapped. Most of the investigation was conducted in secret. Unfortunately, the department is unwilling to reopen the case. Yeah, I did miss a line there. Oh, no, I didn't. Yeah, indeed, the story was suppressed by the news. In the end, it was considered a huge failure on the police department's part. Any investigation carried out afterwards turned up nothing at all, which is why I'm now on the job. So they never caught the culprit, huh? That's rough. So your findings have brought you to this place, then? That's right. An individual connected to the case used to live around here. Used to? That's right. As of last week, they're deceased. We'd hoped to talk to the family. No one was home when I checked last time, so we figured we'd try again. Interesting. These detectives are out here because of the recent sting of yeah, no. It sure doesn't look good on the police to be mishandling cases like these. If there really was a culprit, it should be our responsibility to bring them to justice. Well, I do consider the police my people. So you consider the blame to be shared. You've got a stern side as well, I see. Sure doesn't look good on the police to be okay. Alright, clearly something else later. I thought we might cause trouble standing in the middle of the street talking like this, but so far we haven't drawn attention. Then again, that might just be because nobody wants to get involved with the case. By the way, ma'am, this might be sudden, but there's something I'd like to confirm with you. Oh, shit. And that is... Do you happen to know anything about the 7 mysteries of Honjo? Sorry, Chief, but that's hardly... With all due respect, investigator, I think my question was addressed to the lady. If you insist. What do you say, ma'am? What do you say, ma'am? Can you tell us anything? Not much. I've heard of the 7 mysteries, but this talk of curses eludes me. You gave it away, girl. That was the one word you shouldn't have said. Is that so? Well, I'm sorry for the intrusion. Come to think of it, I heard some things come about this area last night. Something about a strange yet conspicuous man dressed in white loitering around. Wait a second. I assume they were talking about you, investigator. Well, I won't argue that I'm strange and conspicuously dressed in white. As it turns out, I was out here last night to conduct my investigation. Did you run into anything strange or out of the ordinary? Out of the ordinary? I guess I did observe a few suspicious characters. You were asking about curses just now. Why would a public servant be interested in the occult? Hang on a second. Yeah. This talk of curses. Yeah. Nope, that was a mistake. She slipped up. He knows. You were asking, yeah. Boss, Richter's a smart man. He can help us if we tell him what we know. Respectfully, he's never watched the X-Files. Yep, real. Also, hi, Volpix, how's it going? Can't promise I'll be of any help to you, but I'm interested in hearing what you got to say. Something is happening in Honjo, isn't there? Must be something big if they've got you head office guys on it. Well, I guess it's alright. Desperate times calls for desperate measures. Thank you, boss. Listen closely to what we're about to say, Richter. Huh. So by using curses to commit murders, these people collect soul dregs to perform the rite of resurrection. And these curse stones are somehow connected to the 7 mysteries of Honjo. It's a tough story to swallow, but I don't see a reason to doubt you either. We figured the strange occurrences happening around here recently are connected to these curses. To get this situation under control, we've been searching for the curse bearers to confiscate their curse stones. Smoking Man is out there, or something. Yeah. Metal Gear dialogue? Yeah, for real. Do you have any information that might help us? That's tough. Never expected curses and other mumbo-jumbo to play into all this. But if we're talking shady characters... There was this middle-aged fellow I saw on South Warigasui Street. He had an average build. He was anxious, like he was searching for prey. Boss? What do you think? Well, considering the location, it could have been Hideki Araishi. We already got his curse stone. Impressive. You two were working quick. Did you see anything else? Not that I can remember. That's a shame. If you see any characters who look like they might be carrying a curse stone, it'd be a huge help if you let us know. Absolutely. I'll let you know if I find anything. Richter, perhaps you could lend a hand on our case too? There's a number of people we can't track, and finding missing persons happens to be your specialty, you know? I hate to disappoint you, but I'm busy enough with this case. Faith in my clients is what keeps me afloat. I have to prioritize requests by the order in which they come. I see. Well, can't say that's not fair. What do you need a private investigator for anyway? Cops should have plenty of bright folks to throw at the job. True, but this is an ordinary case we're dealing with here. Would you like to elaborate at all? Huh. By the way, That reminds me, Richter. Yes? You said the person that used to live here died last week. You wouldn't be referring to Michio Shiraishi by any chance? You knew? I thought so. Seems like we're here for the same reason, then. Seriously? Michio was involved with curses and magic? Strictly speaking, the curse part isn't our concern. We're looking into Yoshimi's case. Yoshimi? Oh, right. Hajime Yoshimi's. That's right. He died on the job. I'm sure you've heard of it. I heard. It's a most unfortunate loss. So there's a connection between Hajime Yoshimi of the Juvenile Division and Michio. Well, hold on. Let's focus on Michio for a second. You think she had something to do with the kidnapping? Talk about unforeseen developments. Exchanging information should prove mutually beneficial. Tell you what I know, but in turn, I want the full scoop on your findings concerning Michio. Sure, to tell the truth. What? You believe Michio's ghost is the one who killed Mr. Jinochi? So he wasn't just mumbling nonsense? I mean, we haven't fully confirmed anything yet, but the testimonies we've heard and the evidence we found point in that direction. Testimony? You mean from those, psychic high schoolers? Didn't they also say there was a chance Michio hadn't killed herself? Wait, if that's all true, then... Did you figure something out? Kenkichiro Iwai. Huh? Kenkichiro Iwai. He'll be the next victim. What? Oh. Oh, yeah. No, that, yeah. Yep. Yes. Correct. Yep. Yep. We have to open the door to the Shirashi's house. We need to look inside. Hey, what's gotten into you? Boss? I'm sure the landlord would give us the key if we asked. Screw that. You know how long that could take? We can ask for permission later. Richter? Hey, Richter, calm down. We can't just... Take that, you shitty door. That's how you do it. Richter, get a hold of yourself. I see you're still the same as always. Everyone, come quick. Look at this. Oh. Huh? Whoa. What's up with this room? Boss, there's a dead body in here. Would that be Michio's dad? Nah. He's her stepdad at best, if that. It's gotta be the body. It's gotta be the body of Kenkichiro Iwai. There's no doubt about it. This man's a goner. He's gotten real messed up. Looks like he's been like this for a while. I'd say it happened last night. Ario, did you find Jinochi's body in the same state? Now that you mention it, it looked as though Kohei Jinochi had died from a number of heavy blows. What are you suggesting, investigator? It was Michio Shiraishi. She's alive. She used the power of the curse to get back at the man who ruined her life. That's ridiculous. You're suggesting she actually revived? It's gotta be that. And if she's alive, then... You motherfucker! Uh-huh. I thought someone else was about to enter the room, but nope. Tapped on the shoulder while playing your video game. My apologies for interrupting. I know we've just arrived at an interesting plot point. But do you really think a dead girl is going around taking revenge from beyond the grave? Consider this. What if Michio Shiraishi never died? Yeah, imagine Ichikoshi showing up like this whenever you reached a lock in one of his games. Yeah, that's hilarious. Okay, two things. Michio's body was found, and, presumed dead. Like, probably identified in some way that they thought it was her. But that person died in a similar way to the others. And, for example, if she was hit by a car and somehow survived, and then she ended up killing, say, the woman that was in the passenger seat. No, Michio... let's have a look. Michio Shiraishi. She was the one that was, she was the one that presumably committed suicide. Do we have a thing that says... Yeah, she was found deceased 1 week back in a back alley off South Warigasui Street. Her entire body broken and severely contorted. So what the storyteller is positing here is that she might not have actually died. And considering the injuries that led to Michio's death, so she died prior to the game. Yes, yep. Prior to the events of the game, she was dead. Well, but that happened before the curses? So then whose body... Like, that would suggest... Like, if that was a curse... Like... Well, I guess that... Like, I don't know if I like... I'm gonna talk about the storyteller coming out and saying this in a second, but I'm just trying to, like, shuffle this around my head first. We don't know if curses were active prior to the night of the Feast of Shadows, so we can't... At this point, it's not clear if a curse could have been activated before the events of the game, right? So... Michio's body is presumably found a week ago. Bloodied and bruised. But Michio Shiraishi was actually still alive. They misidentified the body. So the night of the feast comes around, and she's obviously, like, out for revenge, so she gets captured by one of the curses. Or she's possessed, or she becomes a curse bearer, because... Yeah, of course. Fool's Procession, Beckoning Light, Haunting Clappers, Evergreen Beach. Is this the... No, this isn't the Fool's Procession. Side Read, Ever Burning Lantern. So... Oh. The drums. So it just like bam, 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 bam. Like just clubs you to death. It could be. Use a large drum. Yeah, it's like, okay, you didn't hear me when I tried to signal the fire, so get wrecked. There's also one down here that we don't know about yet. Can't be the Whispering Canal, can't be Fool's Procession, can't be Beckoning Light, can't be Haunting Clappers, can't be Evergreen Beach, can't be Foot Washing Mansion, can't be One-Sided Reek, can't be the Ever-Burning Lantern. Oh, actually, hold on. Do we know what the Beckoning Light is? Okay, that's... No, actually... Scratch that. We don't know if anyone has the Beckoning Light, and we don't know if anyone has the Taiko of Tsugaru. So it could be one of those two. But she's given one of those curses, and then she hunts down a bunch of people that, like, made her life shit. Okay, cool. Got it. But then... Why would someone... First off, why would someone mistake that body for Michio? And second of all, if they had, where has Michio been this entire time? It sounded like she vanished the same time that her death was discovered. Or her death was, I guess, like, assigned. So, like... Yeah. It's an interesting thing to consider. Which brings me to the storyteller here. I don't know how I feel about the game, like, tapping you on the shoulder and going, hey, have you considered this might be the case? And then saying, but seeing as you've come this far, I'm sure you already know the truth, don't you? Like... Are you actually trying to undermine your own mystery by, like, prompting and egging on the player down a particular path of thought? Like, unprompted? Like, there's been more evidence that Michio Shiraishi is alive. And the characters in the game are like, oh my god, did she actually resurrect? And at that point, you do also need to consider the idea that maybe she never died. I think that's a reasonable thing to think about. Like, if you sat there and just, like, thought about it, it's like, okay, the rite of resurrection hasn't existed until this bit, or this last day, right? As far as we know, it can't be performed. But that would require a lot of people to have died to fuel the resurrection of someone that was recently deceased, right? It would have required a lot of people or a curse bearer to die. Or a particularly big curse bearer to die. But that seems unlikely. So then, what is a more reasonable conclusion? And it is this. It's what the storyteller has just alluded to. But, bro, why are you breaking the fourth wall to plant this idea in the player's head? Also, like, I really take issue with the fact that this is an obvious thing, I think, to kind of think about. Like, if I ended the stream here, right, and just, like, sat there and thought about it, I'd be like, is there any way that she could have, like, she's alive, but she actually never died, right? Because she either died or she didn't, in which case she either has been revived or she hasn't, right? So she's either... She was dead a week ago, and she is dead now. And there's, you know, different things that could be happening there. She could have been dead, and then she's revived, or she's still dead, and someone else has the curse and just taking revenge in her name. She could have been alive before, and she could be still alive now, which raises questions about the death, or she could be dead now, which there's no real way that makes sense with the evidence we've been presented. But, like, I take issue... So, that, right? I think this is a reasonable thing if you sat down and really thought about it. Yeah, that is another possibility. But the game chooses to break the fourth wall here, and not when you start going in circles for fancy sushi. So at a particularly important moment in the metagame of the game, the storyteller is not there and not helping. But for this, like, fairly straightforward conclusion, it nudges you in that direction? Why? What is it? Like, it puts me in a weird spot, because me as the player now, I have to think, like, wait a minute. Is that a red herring because you're just coming out and blatantly saying that's the case? Because we've also had something very blatant kind of come up in the diegetic, or within the game's world, where Nejima is likely the janitor. Because, well, I guess it involves the meta somehow, but, like, there's, like, a reasonable conclusion you come to that is actually the case. But, like... But... This is really, like... Okay, sorry. I know I'm going on about this, and I know we've had a lot of sit-downs of just discussing things about this game, but I feel it's really important, because this is fascinating to me. All games, all media, really, is a dialogue between the author and the player, and I could, you know, plug Ian Danskin's, The Beginner's Guide video that dives into, like, the fundamentals of how that relationship works, if you want more thorough kind of examination of that. But in a lot of ways, the Uchikoshi games, AI the Somnium Files and Zero Escape, slowly felt more like I was playing this game and more thinking about the author. Because your experience as you experience a series, you get to know their writing patterns a bit more, and they can start to play to that, right? And it definitely felt like in the later games that Uchikoshi was a part of, that there was, like, I could feel like we're having, well, he's like watching me play a one-player chess match and just going, yeah. And there's even a moment like that in Dawn Trail, actually, where at the halfway point, something happens, and everyone's like, yeah, you did it. But me, personally, I was sitting there like, but we're at level 95. What do you... And it literally felt like the game kind of leaned over, the writers were leaning over to me saying, hey, you did it. You're done. Now you get to go off and have a light adventure with character I'm not gonna name, just in case someone hasn't played Dawn Trail yet. Yeah, it's low stakes from here. You just go off on an adventure. It's fine. Nothing's gonna happen between 95 and 100. Sure, no. You're good. Like, that's when that, relationship works really well, I think. John Terrell. Yeah, exactly. Where I feel like I'm looking towards the writers and going, okay, alright. You're doing something here, but, you know, sneaky, like, they're being playful and coy, and I'm like, okay, alright, yeah, alright, I'll let you cook. This feels like it's giving me a completely different vibe. I'm turning to the writers and going, what are you doing? And not like, what are you doing as in this is fucking terrible, but genuinely confused about, like, I don't know if what you're doing here is genius or really sloppy. And I still don't know how to feel about that. Okay, let's at least get through this dialogue and see if they have anything more to say. But seeing as you've come this far, I'm sure you already know the truth, don't you? And controls there, yeah. Fucking goddamn, dude. other USB port. Whoa. That was flicking stuff in OBS. Oh. Quiz time, motherfucker. And so, I would have you answer me a question. Where in Honjo was Michio Shiraishi at the hour of 8 o'clock this morning? Oh, we're getting Nirvana Initiative with it? Okay, no. We're getting Persona 4 with it. The game just suddenly turned to you and said, yeah, you should have figured this out. Who's culprit? And then you stand there and you try and figure it out. Okay, I'm reversing course on this. I like this. Yeah, this feels very Persona 4, where like that whole game is like leading you through it, and you don't really feel like you have to answer questions to the game or you have to answer any mysteries, and then the game just turns to you and asks that, right? Obviously, this is a mystery game, so like kind of putting things together isn't unexpected, but like it throws a curveball where it's like, okay, well, I mean, you know, consider the possibility that Michio actually never died. Where was she this morning? And I'm just like, I don't know. I have no fucking idea. Can I have a look? Wait, sorry. Can I just real quick? Just real quick. Can I look at the story chart? Yeah, okay, whatever. That's fine. Okay, hold on. Let me just... No, that's 9 a.m. $4 a.m. Do we know where anyone was at 8 a.m.? I can't step out. Why can't I? Yeah, I know, he's dead. Before dawn today, a police officer on patrol discovered a man collapsed in Samita City Park. Yeah, I know. Why is it playing this music? This? I forget if this was how it happened originally. But no, he... Oh, right, because this also goes into the title thing, doesn't it? Yippee! There's no way to exit this once you get into it! Ah! Help! Ishiyama, help me! Okay, but I guess that's my answer. I don't know where fucking anyone was at 8 a.m. Oh my god. This really can't be skipped at all. Yeah, hey man. Thank you. God damn it. Yeah, there's kind of an overlap between these two, but... Oh, hold on a fucking second. Hey, chat. Why was I asked who this person is? Hold on. No, hold on. Yako has the... Yako has a different curse. But they have the same hairband. From what Yako said earlier. So where are we? Where are we right now? Hold on. Do we know where we are? Yako's home? You can see the storefront there. Maybe that's enough. I see. Very well. Oh my god. Oh my god, no. Okay, hold on. 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 You know, I was gonna take a break anyway, so this is probably a good time for it. I need to have a think about that. I mean, Yako did say earlier that her and Michio wore the same, headband or ribbon. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm back. I don't know what this means. So... on one hand, this could be a, this could be a situation where Yako's lost her memory. Well, yeah, Yako has lost her memory and she's actually Michio. Or believes she's Michio for some reason. There's a chance that Michio killed Yako. Or even that Yako was the one that died, and it could be that Yako is now lying. Like, it's not even that she's forgot her memory, it's just she's been lying and the player would not know that. It could be coincidence. But I don't know if I believe that. Considering the connection with the ribbons, like, I don't know if I would believe that, there's a explanation for that would be a coincidence. But if Yako is Michio, then that raises a whole host of other questions. Are those people being killed by Michio, then? I don't know. The game has taken a wild turn to pause for a moment, ask me something that's like, oh yeah, pretty reasonable, and then ask, okay, so where was she? And I'm just like, what do you mean? And then I answered correctly via a deduction that made me remember that there is a possibility of just saying Yako is Michio. Which now I kind of want to go back and see what that actually does. But before we get into any of that, let's at least finish out the scene. Because I've already been caught once, talking for like 5 or 10 minutes before the game immediately upended the point I was making. So, congratulations. You are correct. As expected, you got it in one go. Well, the cause of death was such, was it not? You must have noticed some time ago. Let's get back to the story then, shall we? I've taken up enough of your time. The cause of death was such, was it not? You must have noticed some time ago. Noticed what? Oh man, let's head to the end of this. There's a couple of things I want to try. What? So you really think Michio Shiraishi is alive? Just think it through and it all becomes obvious. It tracks, but... do you really think that girl could have managed all of this? First of all, Ario, go report this to the HQ. Understood. I'll get on it right away. I'll start investigating this place. It sure isn't lacking in stuff that needs a look at. There's a bunch of photos of the same person pasted on the wall over there. Is that Nejima? What the fuck? Huh? Well, now, hold on. These photos... these are all of Fumichika Nejima. Gross. Gross is not the word I would have used there. Really? Come to think of it, he was in the papers a lot back in the day. Oh, there's even more pasted up over there. These are all cutouts from newspapers and magazines about the Nejima murders. I don't get it. Why the weirdo shrine? Let's keep looking around. This place is disgusting. Did Michio Shiraishi really live here? Oh, we can't move the thing around? Okay. This sliding door leads to the kitchen. Barely fits the frame. It's off putting to look at, but I can't help but wonder what in the world this is. They're magic runes. They're used in Western black magic rituals. Most of the time they're useless imitations, though. I wouldn't get too excited about it. Oh my. Who knew the Chief Inspector was such an expert on the occult? I just chanced upon that information. That girl with the spirit sense we mentioned, she's pretty informed on the subject. Someone was attempting to perform Western black magic in this place. Pretty absurd if you ask me. Of course, this person in question was dead serious about it all. While magic is often classed as a branch of mysticism, or may variously refer to the likes of witchcraft or astrology, here it refers specifically to Western black magic. In the Middle Ages, the line between science and magic was blurred, with the pursuit of the supernatural considered a legitimate academic discipline. Astrology was regarded akin to astronomy, while alchemy was accepted as scientific fact, and would eventually evolve into what is now known today as chemistry. One discipline, however, was considered wicked and shunned accordingly: black magic, the practice of using magical knowledge to strike a bargain with demons. In contrast to the socially acceptable subjects studied by the intelligentsia, black magic was most prolific among the lower classes. It was the common people who suffered most from the ills of the day: war, famine, and sickness, which perhaps led them to seek aid from unholy powers. As heresy, these rituals and spells were nowhere to be found in the orthodox modes of teaching, but instead were recorded in tomes of dubious credibility. Looks like things spread around here have been like this for a while now. This ritual or whatever was something he attempted up to recently. Plenty of the neighbors mentioned having heard strange mantra-like noises coming from here during the night. You think Iwai was the one chanting? Hard to say. Could have been one of the Shiraishis as well. If we look through these books in the back, we might learn whatever it is they were trying to do. There are candles and stones with inscriptions placed all over. Are these tools for some ritual? Hey, don't touch anything. Don't touch anything, you hear? Ah, that's right. Considering this is a murder scene, we ought to leave everything as it is. All of this can be used as evidence. If anyone besides forensics toys with it, it'll cause trouble down the road. True. True that. There are old books scattered everywhere. I wonder what they're about. Many of them are written in a foreign language. It'd be a pain to look through all of these. Let's save them for later and continue to look around. Pain to look through these. Okay, sure. It's the same man in every picture. Is that Fumichika Nejima? Wow, it's quite a spectacle. I don't think I'll ever manage to erase this from my mind. Don't worry, Richter. You're quite the spectacle yourself. You mean to compare me with the likes of a bizarre criminal? Look at these pictures. Pictures of Fumichika Nejima cut out from the newspapers and magazines. Whoever put these up was obsessed. I wonder what their intent was. You think the Shiraishis are somehow connected to Nejima's case? Perhaps they did this as to not forget a grudge or something. It's crazy to think Nejima might be involved in all this too. Hmm? Do you think he might have anything to do with the body here? Maybe. The man's already out on parole. He's a curse bearer with a curse stone now. He announced that from sundown today he'll be going on a killing spree. Oh dear. There's an emergency search underway as we speak, but no one's yet managed to get a hold of the bastard. He hasn't changed his ways. That doesn't bode well. To tell you the truth, the lady here isn't completely unconnected from the Nejima murders either. You don't say. That's right. We talked about it last night. 20 years ago, I found the hand in the Sumida River that brought the incident to light. You don't say. You were the kid from back then? You were really brave. You did a great deed. Were you the detective I spoke with? I had no idea. So you two had met before. Fancy that. I'm worried that Fumichika and Nejima might bear resentment towards you, ma'am. You might be right. Unfortunately, that asshole is quite the resentful type. Oh dear. That asshole. I wonder who put the idea into his head. Now he's got the one-sided read, too. He's threatening to massacre the people of Honjo at sundown. Seriously? I thought you were joking the first time he said that. On top of that, he's been itching to get revenge on me as well. Of all things, the man's gone and threatened to kill my daughter. Damn. That's quite the threat. Certainly you can't afford to stay put here. The fucker wants to get us all antsy. When I finally get to arresting him, it'll be with a cool head. Not gonna give him the pleasure, huh? Well, if Iwai and Fumichika and Nejima have anything to do with each other, then this room might hold a clue to Nejima's location. Let's hope so. All first-time incredulity Richter, we called him. The person who put all these photos up must have been obsessed with Nejima. Might have had some relation to Nejima's victims, or perhaps it was the opposite. The opposite? What if it wasn't loathing, but admiration? But then... These aren't just cut from publications. They even snapped a number of shots of their own. They must have admired him. Why else would they have collected so many pictures? Whatever the case, it's certain they were obsessed. There's nothing around to confirm his identity, but by the looks of him, I'd say he's Kenkichiro Iwai. You've seen him before? I heard he had a criminal record, so I assumed he wouldn't have held a respectable occupation. Is this what a curse does to a person? Ma'am, it'd be better not to look so closely. It's amazing. Adrenaline activated. Cruel is what it is. Okay, old books. Drawer. Drawer is really old. Chief Inspector, do you mind if we look inside? Huh? I mean, in normal cases, only the police would be allowed to touch things, right? Yeah, right. Ario isn't here, so let me take a look at it. Let's just close it here. Not much variety, either. Can't say they were big spenders. I was hoping to find a kind of talisman here, but I guess we're not so lucky. I see. Thank you anyway. Okay. Old books again. What do you say, Chief? Would you let me look through it if I wore gloves? Well, it's not like I'm any help with foreign languages. Go ahead. Thank you. Huh. Seems to be a book on Western black magic. Same runes are written here alongside detailed descriptions of the procedures. I suppose you call these grimoires. It's all a bunch of nonsense if you ask me, though. You think this Y guy was studying them? Perhaps to perform some kind of ritual? And there are a bunch of handwritten notes besides the grimoires. Whoever it was, they were serious about this. The Y doesn't look like a type to be into this stuff, but you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. But why would he be studying black magic? According to the materials, this here rune is for the restoration of youth. Perhaps he was trying to become young again? This over here seems to be black magic related to resurrection. Each one of these spells requires a human sacrifice. Talk about dangerous. Resurrection? Like the rite? I guess no matter what part of the world, people will turn to the occult for similar reasons. What is it? This looks like a journal. It's probably wise. A journal? His writing is surprisingly thorough. It's almost as if he was writing a report for someone. Oh, wow. Now, this is something. What is it? What did he write? This is quite the find. Let me give you a summary. So, this Kenkichiro Iwaya fellow, he had been searching for a spell to restore youth for years. So he was into black magic from the start. He believed if he could learn to successfully perform the spell, he could then use it to earn a fortune. To tell you the truth, it seems he was already getting funded. After he acquired this grimoire. You don't say. This is starting to sound kind of familiar. But first, let's find out how he got his hands on this grimoire. It seems that Nejima told him where he could obtain the book when they were both in prison. What? That's nearly too much of a coincidence. Likely not coincidence. It seems like Iwaya took an interest in the Nejima murders after it made the news. He admired him rather passionately. You might even say he worshipped the man. Worship? Nejima, of all people. This was a time when students were itching to rebel. Anyone who did something to shake the world was bound to gather admirers. Iwaya had been collecting these photos ever since that time. And since he just so happened to land in prison at the same time as Nejima, he made sure to get in contact. This is a lot. I mean, even having it all laid out like this. The thought of Nejima being involved with these grimoires is staggering. I don't think we ever had anything pointing to that. What's the connection? To be honest, it's a shock to me, too. For years, we've been scratching our heads over the motives behind the Nejima murders. Yep, it's been a mystery to us all from the very start. Whoa, no. Wait just a minute. Do you think... No way. Are you saying... That's right. The murders might have been for a ritual. He was attempting to perform black magic. The instructions written down for the sacrificial offering match up exactly with the acts carried out by Nejima. You've got to be kidding me. So that sadistic crap he was doing was all for black magic? That's what the evidence suggests. However, Nejima tried to do some type of resurrection ritual, but Iwaya had different motives. Chief Inspector, you might think this is all the stuff of fantasy, but that doesn't refute that Nejima and Iwaya were both acting in earnest. This is batshit insane! You're telling me that nutjob did this all for some hokey-pokey resurrection... Shit. Resurrection. That means there must have been someone Nejima wanted to bring back to life. Damn. That's it. That has to be it. Fucking hell, it all makes sense now. What? What is it? So about the Nejima murders. There's some information that's been kept from the public. Go on. When we broke into his house and arrested him, we also found a baby. A baby? It was a girl, to be about 6 months old, but she was covered in filth. She looked so weak and sickly. We called the medics right away. If we were a second later, I'm sure the girl would have died. So, was Nejima the father? He told us he'd found her under a bridge. He found her? She was abandoned? I've heard of parents threaten to leave their child under a bridge as a threat, but to think it really happens. I suppose there are those cases with the dead newborns found stuffed in coin lockers. So it's not without precedent. What the fuck? Whatever the case, we never found out the truth. There's one rumor from back then that I could never get out of my mind. And it's starting to sound more likely now. Well, I'm sure this isn't the first time you've heard of it. Many believe Nejima's guilty of more crimes than what got him convicted. But then a lot of girls went missing. Yeah, I remember all of that. Among the high school girls that that might have been murdered, or maybe I should say sacrificed, was a girl who was pregnant. Oh my goodness. That's horrific. He killed her. And dismembered her body. And we thought, maybe the baby we found is what he pulled from inside her. Don't misunderstand me, this is all speculation on top of more speculation, you know? But I, for one, never believed that man would just take in a baby he found under a bridge. I'm feeling sick. Stay strong, man. I know this is hard to hear. Like I said, don't take that to be the full truth. We were running on speculation back then. Now that this whole resurrection magic has come into play, we should consider the possibility it was his child. And that maybe he was trying to revive whoever the mother might have been. That's just a theory. But my life would be a tad easier if that were true. That's an interesting thought. If there's anyone Nejima would want to resurrect, a deceived wife is as good a guess as any. The fact that he obtained a curse stone suggests he has an interest in the Great Resurrection. Damn, you're right. And here I was thinking that he was only after the curse's power to massacre. Chief Inspector. Yeah? What happened to the child? Without a birth registration on file, best we could do was find the girl some suitable foster parents. Really quickly, do we have people's age? We don't. Best we could do was find the girl some suitable foster parents. It was decided to keep the circumstances secret for the sake of the child's future. Well, I'm glad she was taken care of. Still more. Don't mean to derail the conversation, but there's still more written in Iwaya's journal. We know Iwaya had managed to obtain the grimoire thanks to the advice he got from his idol, Nejima, while in prison. After conducting research and gathering more information, he determined he had a chance to get rich quick. Right, he thought he could make some money if he could successfully use rejuvenation magic. Correct. Turns out someone gave him the idea. Is it the fucking, beauty company? Get this. Yep. It was the one and only queen and chairman of Hihaku Soaps herself, Natsue Yamamori. Wait, the chairwoman of Hihaku Soaps? So that's where this leads. Here, let me read what he wrote. The Queen of Hihaku has a strange fear of growing old. Her fear of death is even worse. If she does die, she wishes to be revived. She will spend whatever it takes to preserve her beauty. I'm losing the accent a bit. Magic, rituals, and rites, she'll use whatever means necessary. Her tenacity is unbelievable. She was apparently investing money into any research on resurrection, the restoration of youth, and the like. So she would have even thrown her money at the occult. Places greed will take you. Well, then, that brings us to Hideki Araishi. She presumably funded his research into Rite of Resurrection as well. That's what it all points towards. Wouldn't be surprised if the Witch of Hihaku pounced at the rumors of the Rite of Resurrection. It's starting to sound likely. It might also be why she's spreading the rumor about having godly powers. It's convenient cover for if she becomes young again. Godly powers? What's that all about? You can ignore that. Either way, I think Iwaya took the payments he was getting for his research to seduce the family into taking him in to keep a low profile. The Shiraishi family, Michio and her mother, Toshiko, were just unlucky marks. And this is where you get involved. You feeling steady, ma'am? Huh? This has something to do with me? No. You can't mean... You realize, then. Perhaps... Michio and her mother were just unlucky marks. I don't know. I don't know where we're going. I shouldn't have gone down this route. I don't think that's right. No. What? Oh, man, please calm down. That wasn't it. Oh? Was I mistaken? Then what did you mean? Ma'am, please calm down. Iwai moved in with the Shirashis to practice his magic. He needed a sacrifice to perform his youth restorations. Yeah. It didn't look like there was an option there for that. Am I stupid? I might be stupid. He needed a sacrifice to perform his youth restoration spell, but that meant extracting the life force from someone young. So it was Iwai. This man... Iwai worshipped Nejima, so he must have also despised Nejima's detractors. Not to mention he was captured and sent to jail once before. Surely he had a bone to pick with the police. So, when he realized he had the chance to both avenge Nejima, embarrass the police, and acquire a living sacrifice at the same time... Fuck. You got it. Iwai kidnapped Haruo Shigima's son, and managed to score 3 birds with 1 stone. You're telling me then that That horrid man. He never had the intention of returning my child. Thought there might have been a reason why the kidnapper seemed to be mocking the police. He never wanted money. His aim was to humiliate the force. It all makes sense. He must have used Michio to lower your boy's defenses and then kidnapped him on his way back. That man. He took Shuichi. Ma'am, please calm down. I understand, but you must remember to breathe. You don't understand. You have absolutely no idea what I'm going through. This isn't a joke. I wouldn't expect the police to understand. You'll never understand. Living sacrifices. What a stupid, stupid idea from a stupid little man. Okay, ma'am. Let's just take a moment to breathe. Why don't we get some fresh air? I can't believe this. This is... Chief, I think it's best we take our leave. But before we go, there's one more important piece of information noted in his journal. Oh, please, I can't take any more of this shit. Oh? The wire got in contact with Nejima last year, after Nejima was released on parole. He provided him with accommodation and financial support. Is that so? He managed to find a hideout for Nejima to stay in. Damn it. If anything, rather than use his money to support the Shirashis, it seemed most went to Nejima instead. Nejima's lurking around anywhere at the moment. It's probably in that hideout. Did he write where it is? Fortunately, no. Not that I can tell. But it seems Michio knew where it was. She never met with Nejima in person, but she was made to go in and clean up among other things. What good is that information? The girl's already dead! Wait, no! She's alive! That's right. Michio Shirashi is alive. If you can find her and get her to talk, you can get her to spill the beans on his hideout too. Investigator, I'm asking you. I should be going. The lady's not well. His deceased body was discovered at the Shiraishi home. Kenkichiro once made a living by placing advertisements in magazines to sell phony magic items and good luck charms. He held a nostalgic yearning for the post-war era when things and people were simple, and has nothing but negative things to say about the rapidly developing ostentatious world of late. Radical in his belief that it would be better to tear down society and start over again, Kenkichiro was disconnected from his life, discontent with his life spent poking around in society's cesspools to make a few coins. When the Nejima murders were widely reported in the media, it had a great impact on Kenkichiro, as he witnessed how a single act by a single man could cause a major rift in society. Perceiving Fumichika Nejima as a great hero, he began collecting every piece of information he could find on the man. Kenkichiro was later arrested for his illegal business practices, and a chance meeting with Fumichika during his incarceration solidified his idolization. He was captivated by Fumichika's talk of black magic, and, following his release, acquired the grimoire Fumichika had hidden away. As for Toshiko Shiraishi, Kenkichiro set his sights on her after encountering her at a part-time job. When he learned that the Shiraishi family was in financial trouble and could not afford to send Michio to college, he turned on the charm and took advantage of their weakness by offering them money. He revealed his true colors, however, after moving in with the family, and used violence and money to keep Toshiko and Michio under his thumb. All the while, his belief in black magic deepened, and he found a sponsor in the Hihaku Corporation. Kenkichiro forced the Shiraishi family to perform various rituals, with any attempts to resist being met with merciless beatings. The mother and daughter were helpless to resist. After Hihaku offered Kenkichiro great sums to intensify his work with black magic, he set his mind to sacrificing a child in order to perform a youth restoration spell. For this purpose, he chose Shuichi Shigema, the son of Haruei Shigema, against whom Fumichika held a grudge. He attempted to enlist Michio so as not to alarm the boy, and when she resisted, beat her mother 20 times. With Michio's assistance, Kenkichiro kidnapped Shuichi and locked him up in the Shiraishi house, and told the young and courageous boy that he'd kill Michio if he tried to run. While his actions were motivated by a personal grudge against the police, it was first and foremost an attempt to create a societal uproar and breakdown in public order. So Kenkichiro painted the crime as a regular kidnapping, demanding a ransom from the family. However, because of an embargo on the press, the kidnapping did not cause a public outcry akin to that of the Nejima murders. Infuriated, Kenkichiro had Toshiko perform the sacrifice ritual by threatening to kill Michio if she refused. Toshiko killed Shuichi in his sleep, but the spell failed, for which Kenkichiro blamed her. Warning Michio to keep silent about the murder to avoid incriminating her mother, Kenkichiro dumped the boy's body in a nearby river. The tiny corpse was found a week later in the Sumida River, after floating through several canals in Honjo. Having drifted for days in the polluted waters, little evidence remained. Although Kenkichiro performed no further sacrifices, his devotion to black magic only increased. Toshiko and Michio spent their days consumed by guilt, forced to continue serving Kenkichiro until the day they died. Do we know what happened to Toshiko? I don't think we have a record of her. Oh, yeah. And then Shuichi. Shuichi was a conscientious, brave young boy who was determined to protect his mother Haruei amid his father's frequent absences. He dreamed up, Shuichi's tendency to put others. Case remained unsolved until Kenkichiro Iwai was determined to be the culprit during an investigation into the Honjo serial killings. Are you feeling better now that we've gotten some fresh air, ma'am? I'm fine. Suddenly finding out who the kidnapper was really made me lose my wits. We managed to solve the kidnapping case by pure luck here. You're right. But, Richter, I feel grateful towards Michio. Because she killed the kidnapper? There's that, too. But it's for something else. If Michio is the one killing all these people, then she must have acquired quite a sizable amount by now. Soul dregs, I mean. Hey, Richter. Whether the kidnapper's dead or alive, it doesn't mean a thing. Revenge won't bring my boy back. And if Nejima's planning to cause a massacre to collect soul dregs, then all the better. Oh, I fucking love her, dude. I won't give up on resurrection. So I'm counting on you. Great character. Amazing. Alright. Hey, so real quick. Just real quick. What if I just went back to, if I went back to here and just restarted, and then we fast-forwarded through all of this, and then I just said Michio. I'm Michio Shiraishi. Okay. Yeah, that probably would have been too much to put in as a joke answer, and then be like, actually, that was right, and suddenly the whole narrative unravels. Like, yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Say, man. The Rite of Resurrection is the inception of this whole affair. Yako and Mio decide to confront the man responsible for spreading rumors of it in the first place, Hideki Araishi. They find him at his frequent stomping grounds, the Kikyo Cafe. 12 p.m. Not much time left. You. You know, normally you'd be breaking school rules just by stepping foot in a cafe. I'll be in hot water if you lied about having permission from the police. Remember that. We know. It'll be okay. So, what do you want to ask me? Can we look around? No, not yet. Fucking really? Oh no, I can look around. Yeah, hold on a second, bud. Got it. Mockingbird. Hell yeah. Oh, there was an update to this. Kidnapping and murder case that took place in Honjo, Sumida around 1 year ago. Harue Shigima's son, Shuichi, age 11, was kidnapped on his way home from school, with a ransom being demanded that the same evening. Initially, the kidnapping was thought as a simple extortion scheme, but when it came to light that the Shigima family was closely tied to the police and Shuichi was in fact the grandson of a senior official, it was quickly assumed that the perpetrator was acting upon a grudge against the police force. Kidnapping was treated as a direct attack against... Yep. Subsequent investigations revealed that the culprit was, in fact, Kenkichiro Iwai, an unemployed man. Toshiko Shiraishi, his common-law wife, and Michio Shiraishi, their daughter, acted as accomplices. Kenkichiro routinely used violence against both Toshiko and Michio to force them to do his bidding, and it is believed that he coerced them into becoming accessories to the crime. Kenkichiro wanted to use the boy as a living sacrifice for his magical studies, meaning that the ransom was never actually the primary motive for the kidnapping. The reason for targeting the Shigima family's son was due to a personal grievance. Yippee! Cafe? Never been to one before. How exciting. It's pretty smelly inside because of the cigarette smoke, but... Oh, that's probably why. Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, why, A coffee shop on South Warigasui Street. Kuro Kikyo's cafe's convenient location has made it a favorite of businessmen in the neighborhood. Although formerly a relaxing location where classical and jazz music were played, the cafe has begun incorporating some pop songs into its playlist at the request of customers. The most popular menu item is a pilaf served with black coffee, although cream soda topped with a large scoop of ice cream is also a popular choice. Fashionable cafes featuring jazz and live performances were in vogue until the mid-Showa era, when the number of cafes offering a carefully brewed cup of coffee in a relaxed atmosphere began to increase. Many of these locations also have public telephones, making them convenient meeting places. However, they also develop a reputation as hangout spots for delinquents, leading a large number of schools to forbid their students from patronizing them. Right. In recent years, table arcade games have become a big hit, affording cafes installing them a steady stream of customers. Actually, sorry, I forgot something. I forgot to check on something. Oh, yep, there it is. I'll have to check that later. read that. Okay, good. Right. I forgot that the rumble goes off if, Also, jazz bar, but no music, really? About my Curstone. Yakko, if you would. Right, we wanted to ask you about this. Oh my. A Curstone. An Okami mask. That must mean... the Fool's Procession. You two were at the school last night. Damn, they're of all places. Yakko, you're one of them? You're a curse bearer? Please calm down, Mr. Araishi. Your reaction is too intense. It's kind of scaring me. Sorry about that. Afraid I got ahead of myself. What is it you wanted to know about your curse stone? What would be the best way to approach this? Intimidate him? It's just, a brilliant teacher like you must know an awful lot about these curse stones. Well, it's true that I'm likely the person most well-versed in this matter. You're the only one we can count on, Mr. Araishi. Won't you help us, please? Oh, am I now? Well, in that case, there's no harm hearing what you have to ask. Thank you. Let's see. Why is everything with the Rite of Resurrection and Seven Mysteries Curse Stones happening now? Oh, taking an interest now that you've received one of the curses, have you? You sound like a researcher, starting your questioning with your subject's origins. Mr. Araishi, you're not the one who triggered the curse, are you? No, I'm afraid I had nothing to do with that. Rather, I wasn't even attempting to do so in the first place. Completing the rite itself has nothing to do with my research. Then, do you know of the ancient Onmyodo ritual known as the Feast of Shadows? What is that? Something from the occult? Miss Kurosuzu, you look like the type to be interested in those things, but it's outside of my field of expertise. In that case, why do you think the rite and curses have appeared now? I believe this is the intentional work of someone. It's certainly not something that would happen by accident. Why is it that you want to know? Well, may not tell us anything else if we say that we're trying to stop the curse. We need to make something up. Right. This is a good screenshot. This is very good. Well, you see, we just have such intellectual curiosity, and I think it could really help your research. I see. Now that you mention it... Seems like he's reluctant to answer. Then how about... ask about his research? Then... What does that record of fates that you've been researching say about the Rite of Resurrection? Oh, I see. That's what you want to know. Allow me to first elucidate you regarding the author of the record of fates. Special privilege, I might add, since I have yet to publish this in a paper. Yeah, oh, okay. The record of fates was written 200 years ago in the latter half of the Edo period. It was written by a skilled but little-known onmyoji called Seiman Tsuchimikado. This is important stuff. Nothing else. Remember this. Seiman Tsuchimikado? I've never heard of him. I'm sure you haven't. He was born into a famed onmyoji family, but split away to practice forbidden arts in secret. He used whatever name was most convenient for the situation, so his real name barely exists in records. Or so it is written in the record of fates. Huh. As brilliant as Seiman was, he was also an eccentric. He delved into researching the Rite of Resurrection, a legendary forbidden ritual that had never been completed. However, by involving himself with this forbidden ritual, he was expelled from his family, and eventually found himself in Honjo in Edo. Record of Fates are the writings Seiman recorded on the road to Edo. I see. So he wrote how to perform the rite itself? The rite of resurrection makes use of Abe no Seiman's Seimei's speciality, the Taizan Fukun ritual, the means of communicating with the afterlife. It uses soul dregs to replicate the soul of a dead spirit that has been called. Oh, wow. I never knew something like that existed. Thus, it is thought the only ones who can use it are those with the ability to turn human souls into soul dregs in the first place. So the rite of resurrection calls for that ritual to be performed in advance. Then, when the soul dregs are gathered and infused with the wish of whoever is performing the ritual, it can be completed. The contents written in the Record of Fates end there. There's no more? What about the 7 mysteries or the curse stones? There's nothing written about them in the Record of Fates. Curse stones are separate from the Rite of Resurrection. Their curse is one used to enable who is unable to perform such rituals to be able to use the rite. Huh. That's similar to what Mio said, actually. On Myoji. An officially appointed government position with the Bureau of Onmyo in medieval Japan. Onmyoji were tasked with performing divinations and rituals. They would employ the Chinese philosophies of yin and yang and wuxing, the 5 elements, to compose astronomical charts and almanacs. High-ranking practitioners used a variety of mystical arts, including ones that brought natural disasters and curses. Onmyoji were also tasked with exorcising demons through the usage of shikigami. Onmyoji thrived during the Heian period, in part due to the work of the famous Onmyoji and later founder of the Tsuchimikado clan, Abe no Seimei. However, Onmyoji began to gradually decline in number after samurai gained control of Japan. At the same time, many of their miraculous arts were lost, along with the development of civilization. Although the services of Onmyoji were typically reserved for the upper class, there were a number of shomonji, or hidden Onmyoji, who worked for the common folk. As indicated by its name, oh, okay, this isn't too long. As indicated by its name, this manuscript holds detailed instructions on how to perform the secret art of reviving the dead. This forbidden ritual is said to have been devised by a once famous Onmyoji. Local researcher Hideki Araishi recently discovered the old manuscript and gave a presentation on it at an academic conference, sending ripples through the field of occult studies. According to the Record of Fates, this mysterious ritual was devised by the gifted Onmyoji Abe no Seimei. It converts the souls of the dead bound for the underworld with soul dregs collected as sacrifices through the Taizan Fukun ritual. This secret art of converting souls to soul dregs is out of reach to all but the most skilled practitioners. How are the 7 mysteries related to the rite? Excuse me, Mr. Araishi. What is it, Miss Kurosuzu? You published a theory before the incident took place. It said that the Rite of Resurrection and origin of the 7 mysteries of Honjo are related somehow. What proof do you have of that? Didn't he earlier say that Wait, hold on. The curse stones are separate from the Rite of Resurrection. Oh, I suppose that's not the same as the 7 mysteries. There's no more. What about the curse stones are separate? Oh, this is really confusingly written. Like, that's not even something you can hand wave away with the translation problems. Like, that is legitimately, like, hey, are these two things connected to this thing? And he says, no, they're not. And then later someone says, but you have a theory. And he's like, well, yes, I have a theory. It's like, not, yeah, that could have been examined a bit closer, or, like, refined a bit. You really know your stuff. But about that... That was a somewhat sensationalized piece written for occult magazines. Oh, really? It was just nonsense then? Not exactly. Rather, it's not a complete fabrication. There is a basis for it. And that is... Well... I suppose there's no harm telling a couple of students so passionate about this topic. Thank you. This is something I discovered from referencing numerous texts unrelated to the Record of Fate. It was just after Sayman arrived in Honjo. There are records of a conflict over a ritual used to resurrect the dead in Honjo. A conflict over resurrecting the dead? I don't know the details. A man enticed the public with claims of a spell that could resurrect the dead, causing a conflict that ended tragically with 9 dead. Uh-oh. That is the only remaining reference. 9 people fighting over a resurrection ritual. I called this tragedy the Honjo incident, and it has long been a subject of my research. And I suspect that this Honjo incident might be the very origin of the 7 mysteries of Honjo. So, what you're saying is... the resurrection ritual at the root of the Honjo incident is Sayman's rite of resurrection? Yes, that is how the Record of Fates ties everything together. To put it in chronological order, first Sayman brought the rite of resurrection to Edo. We can assume that by this point, Sayman was likely using a different name. Then, in Honjo, 9 people fought to the death over this rite, the Honjo incident. After that, the incident was covered up by an interested party, preventing it from being recorded in history fully. Eventually, it was passed down in incomplete pieces, becoming known as the 7 Mysteries of Honjo. That's more or less the course of events. Huh. During the Edo period, a chain of events that occurred around a certain resurrection spell became the basis for the 7 Mysteries of Honjo. Oh, that's number 21, the Honjo incident. So... Fool's Procession. Huh. Yeah, no. Love fishing with her father. One day, father, where did you go? Unable to bear the loneliness, she left home and trudged along the roads. Suddenly, the sound of fish splashing on Turkey walked into the moat. The sound of water splashing echoed throughout the night air. Passerby thought it was only a fish in the canal. So I'm assuming the resentful memories then are part of the Honjo incidents. About the clappers? Yeah. Burned to death. Someone was hanged here, right? Yeah. Tycho we don't know about. Foot washing mansion. So recoiled from what they saw. Oh, someone like, yeah. One-sided reads a bit more. Yeah, we don't have that memory, though. Samurai residences, someone died. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and guess that the memories are probably tying into what actually happened during that time. And that the tales are kind of like almost like wives' tales that, and myths that ended up being born of those incidents. That seems to be what Araishi's getting at. So that's how they're connected. Then, if I'm getting this right, the 7 mysteries were basically required to gather the soul dregs necessary for the rite. And there's more. Huh? With this most recent occurrence of the curse, I've become even more confident in my theory. You are? Yes. The reason for it being the resentful memories of... Thank you. The resentful memories of the 7 mysteries etched into those who received the curse stones. Resentful memories? Yako, if you really are a curse bearer, then when you obtained your curse stone, you would have had a resentful memory imprinted in your mind. Oh, I did. Exactly. Those memories are what happened in the final moments of the 9 who died in the Honjo incident. Broadly speaking, they involve dying while bearing some kind of deep resentment. The 9 victims became the 9 curse echoes, which over time came to be spoken of as the 7 mysteries. Thus, gathering these resentful memories granted by the present curses and connecting them together, it will reveal once and for all what happened during the Honjo incident. Huh. That's why you must tell me about the resentful memory of your fool's procession, Yako. Ugh. Mio, should I... Yeah, I think it's okay. We need all the information we can get. Tell him about the resentful memory. Okay, Mr. Araishi. I'll tell you about the memory of the fool's procession. Excellent. So basically, it's about a woman who died falling from a Yagura tower at a festival. Oh, so basically it's about a woman... Yeah. Interesting. It's not that one, then. Not that one? What do you mean? Among the 9 victims of the Honjo incident, that is to say, the 9 curse echoes, one of them is Seiman himself. Or so I suspect. Huh? Huh? Seiman was one of the victims of at the Honjo incident too? Meaning an Onmyoji as powerful as him also became a curse echo? Right. It would make sense that the curse stone tied to a curse echo like that would be special. So it's... Okay, hang on. We can already do some deduction here. So, 7 mysteries. Whispering Canal is about a woman. And outside of the game... Well, actually, I don't know if... Has Seiman's pronouns... Powerful's him. Okay, so let's assume for a moment that, yeah, that's an indication of Seiman's gender. It can't be the Whispering Canal. It can't be the Fool's Procession. We don't know about the Beckoning Light. It's burning. My throat must... Also taken in by her. How many innocent people did I lure in under orders? This must be karma. Sound of a heavy bell, it feels like. It might be the Clappers. We're not actually sure of this person's gender, to be honest, because the memory is first person and it doesn't speak like some of the others do. Could be the Evergreen Beach. I'm pretty sure that person was a man. Oh, no, it's the fucking Evergreen Beach. He deceived us with this so-called Rite of Resurrection. The man who tricked the people with his false dark arts swings from a rope. Oh, the man, a local named Jinkichi, which, you know, Jinkichi, which, you know, as Araishi pointed out, not necessarily the thing. We don't know about the Taiko. Foot Washing Mansion, I'm pretty sure was a woman? Yeah. Oh, actually, hold on. She was an accomplished Onmyoji. Oh, selfish pursuit of beauty? I guess we don't know much about Seiman's thing, so... Country was filled with samurai residences. There's a man who cut open his stomach visiting from the beyond. Saw a lantern quietly glowing at night, and when the sixth bell rang, the man cut his own stomach open. Okay. So, just from what we know, it would make sense that it's the beach, because it makes specific reference to someone saying it was the rite of resurrection that is the reason they're hanging him. Could also be that it was someone else hyping it up, but yeah. And lying and you instantly die is... yeah. It's pretty special. How the curse stone is different based on the curse echo? Mio. Then maybe with Sayman's curse echo we could... Yes, we may be able to settle this whole situation. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Oh, nothing. Sorry. Mr. Araishi, how many of the resentful memories have you gathered so far? I have learned a number of them. The Evergreen Beach, the Foot Washing Mansion, the Ever-Burning Lantern, and now the Fool's Procession makes 4. Of those, the most important are the Foot Washing Mansion and the Evergreen Beach. Yep. What are they about? First, the Foot Washing Mansion. An Onmyoji appears distinctly in this one. Really? But not Sayman, I'm afraid. A female Onmyoji who sought the rite of resurrection due to her obsession with her personal appearance. Her legs, which she had always taken pride in, were stricken with corruption after she was defeated by Sayman. Her curse echo is notable for being particularly easy to fulfill the requirements necessary to use the curse. That detective did well to escape this one. So a female Onmyoji and rival Sayman was involved in the Honjo incident? That certainly is interesting. Next, the Evergreen Beach. This curse echo is from a craftsman of Netsuke carvings named Jinkichi, who was hanged for spreading baseless rumors. He apparently spoke of something that granted the ability to bring the dead back the dead. The rite of resurrection. Precisely. This man Jinkichi must have been in contact with Sayman. If I could just collect all of the memories, everything will be revealed, and the truth of the 7 mysteries will be mine. That is the knowledge I desire. Meaning you need to gather as much information as you can from the curse bearers. Precisely. I have an agreement to exchange information with those detectives. They might not even find the other curse bearers, so I must take measures of my own. What's the trigger for the curse? Another thing. Yes? You never really finished about the trigger for all of this, what the trigger for all of this was. Well, I don't know. Really? You're not hiding something from us, are you? It has something to do with how you obtain the Record of Fates, right? How did you really get a hold of the Record of Fates? To tell you the truth, we're in a race against time. It could be a disaster if we don't hurry. What are you talking about? Someone left a warning that at sundown today they would use the curse to kill a lot of people. The one who left that message is the culprit behind the Nejima murders from 20 years ago. What? Something so terrible will happen? I won't allow potentially hundreds of people to become victims of a curse. I'll do anything in my power to stop it. Mr. Araichi, please, tell us everything you know. I'm sorry, but I truly don't know anything. The truth is... Oh no. I was given the Record of Fates by a woman. Yeah, her again. A woman? Well, her voice sounded like a woman's, but I didn't actually see what she looked like. 1 month ago, while I was investigating at night, I suddenly heard a formless voice. A woman's voice? It said, I entrust you with this ancient manuscript and the rite of resurrection held within its pages. Spread rumors of this ritual so far and wide as you can in the coming month. And before I knew it, an old document had fallen down at my feet. 1 month. She specified the time period? Yeah, because they were probably... Yeah, so spread the rumors, get people thinking about the ritual, do the Feast of Shadows, which will invariably create the curses. Yeah. I was told if I did that, I could study the manuscript as much as I pleased. I wanted so badly to verify its authenticity, I ended up accepting. I haven't heard anything from the voice since then. It must have had you spread rumors in order to strengthen the power of the curse. To tie together the curse and the desire to seek out the right. This makes it likely that the owner of the voice is the mastermind behind all of this. Hence, I went public with the record of fates. Hihaku and occult magazines immediately jumping at the news was a financial boon for me. Huh? Hihaku? As in Hihaku soaps? Right. I mean, no, that's not important. Just some personal business. After that, I waited, trying to predict what would occur in a month's time. That's when the curse began. Those are all the details I have. Is there anything else you know? Very well. I've told you this much, I may as well give you one more thing. Thank you. What might that be? About Seimen's record of fates. There's a sort of continuation to it. Another document called the Record of Fates Yin Scroll. A continuation? Actually, a section written in Seimen's own hand was appended to the manuscript. According to which, after the Honjo incident, Seimen lamented such a calamity taking place. He apparently wrote the addendum for the event that the tragedy became its own. He apparently wrote the addendum for the event that the tragedy became its own curse. Seems he had an idea that the victims of the Honjo incidents would turn into curse echoes and be used to gather soul dregs. It supposedly details how to handle any trouble that occurs as a result of the rite of resurrection. Really? Hold on a second. Don't you find that strange? What's the matter, Mrs. Sakazaki? You think my information incorrect? Yeah, I thought you said Seimen was one of the people that died. If Seimen died in the Honjo incident, then he couldn't have written an addendum. You really don't get it, do you? Huh? Am I wrong? Have you forgotten the ability Seimen possessed? Of course not. He could use the rite of Oh. You're telling me Seimen used it on himself? Rite of Resurrection can be carried out in advance so that it activates when the soul dregs are gathered together. Then is it not possible that Seimen himself was resurrected by the rite after it all took place? But he'd still have to collect the soul dregs needed to use the rite. Yes, that's why they died. The 8 others besides Seimen. What? They died in the Honjo incident for their soul dregs. That sounds like it's the same as what's happening now. That's why I need the resentful memories, to learn the truth. I get it now. The issue at hand is that the Yin Scroll and the Record of Fates were supposed to have been passed down as a set. When I received the Record of Fates, the Yin Scroll was gone. Only this information was left. Supposedly, Seimen's blood descendants guarded it as they passed it down across the generations. It seems that over the long history, the 2 documents became separated and the scroll's location lost as the family line branched. Seimen had descendants? So there's someone out there related to him by blood even now? Yes. In fact, I tried to trace the line as far as I could. He wasn't a well-known Onmyoji to begin with, so our detailed family tree does not exist. It seems likely that the use of the manuscripts has been long forgotten. Use of the manuscripts has been long forgotten, only being passed down out of tradition. And since they aren't even aware of what they have, tracking it down is quite tricky indeed. I wish I could ask whoever that voice belonged to about the Yin Scroll. I'm sure you do. So basically, in the Record of Fate's Yin Scroll, Sayman himself wrote about ways to handle the curse of the right, yes? Yes, that's right. I've been searching for it all this time, but haven't found a single lead. So if you two find out anything about other resentful memories or Yin Scroll, tell me immediately. You owe me that much for telling you all this, do you not? That's the real extent of everything I know. It is said that Sayman Tsuchimikado, author of the Record of Fates, wrote the Yin Scroll because he feared that the descendants of those involved in the Honjo incident might become cursed and used in the collection of soul dregs for the Rite of Resurrection. The existence of the Yin Scroll was indicated in a postscript added to the Record of Fates, but its whereabouts are currently unknown. It is believed to have been inherited by a descendant of Sayman. The manuscript was written by... Yep, he was an extraordinarily adept practitioner, but after being banished from his family for researching forbidden arts, he changed his name and moved to Edo. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. If you bring me some useful information, I'll take it into consideration for your school grades as well. 1 p.m. Yeah, that was a fair amount of yapping. We've learned a lot. So, to sum it up, there was a tragic incident with people cursing each other for the Rite of Resurrection in the Edo period as well. And the Record of Fate's Yin Scroll may have info we want, since it details how to stop the rite. I think that's about it? Right. If we could just find the Yin Scroll, we might be able to learn how to settle this situation. But even Mr. Araishi didn't have any leads on where it is. How do we start looking for it? Someone involved in this now must have some connection to it, I think. I have a feeling the mastermind who awakened the curses is involved too. Right. Oh, Jesus Christ, we're going. Alright, I think I'll take a break there. My voice needs a bit of a rest, and I'll get some more water. But yeah. Oh, boy, info dump. Like, the Sayman connection is gonna be just, like, out of nowhere. It probably makes sense that it's, the leader of, Heihaku. I don't really know who else it could be, because they had to come into possession... Well, I guess, like, if they had the book, they specifically might not also have the scroll. So it might not be her at all? Also, like, something that's been in the back of my mind for a bit now that I don't really know what to do with. So, at the very beginning of the game, Shogo and, Yoko. Shogo and Yoko are in the park, and... So, Shogo and Yoko are in the park, and someone claims the Whispering Canal. And if Shogo doesn't shake Yoko out of it, Yoko dies, and he gains the Curse Echo. But I guess the problem is that, like, it seems a bit backward, because Yoko dies, and I think that instills the need or the want for Shogo to use the Rite of Resurrection, which gives him the Whispering Canal. But she died to the Whispering Canal. You know what I mean? That seems backwards. I guess it's possible that, like, maybe Yoko was found wanting or something like that. But that makes the... Yeah, like... So, depending on whether Shogo shakes Yoko out of it, Yoko dies immediately if she doesn't get shaken out, but Shogo dies later on if she actually leaves. And it's one of the only curses that's completely unaccounted for right now. The only other two being, what was it? The lantern and the beckoning light and the ever-burning lantern. Oh, no, sorry, no, and the Taiko. That's the other one. So there are 3 curse stones that are completely unaccounted for at the moment, and the Whispering Canal is the most confusing of all. Like, we just don't have information about the other 2, but the movement of the Whispering Canal doesn't really make sense to me. Unless multiple people can have the same curse, but it really seemed like... It seemed like Yoko died to the curse, and the curse stone was dropped before Shogo. And the curse stones usually show up after a person's been possessed by the curse. So the curse manifested and killed Yoko, but then it was dropped in front of Shogo? And then he has the vision of being possessed by the curse, which Tsutsumi hasn't. Like, he's been gathering other curse bearers' curse stones and hasn't had that, or at least so far as we've seen. So I don't know how much to read into that. But then again, Tsutsumi does mention that the thing is, like, seeping into him. We just don't get the same vision. And he does know about the memories that he ended up telling Araishi. So it's possible that the first memory of a curse echo causes that effect and the player doesn't see the others. Which would then suggest that's fine. But then, okay, so... But that still doesn't explain why Yoko died. The curse activates when you leave someone, and so far as we were aware, Yoko never... Well, I guess Yoko may have tried to step back. Like, maybe even trying to run away from the curse echo itself would activate the curse. And that by bringing Shogo back, or, like, shaking Yoko out of it, Shogo brings, prevents Yoko from doing that. But then, notably, we don't ever see the curse stone or the curse. And Yoko gets sent off in the taxi, and then Shogo winds up dead. So I have to imagine that Yoko is the one with the Whispering Canal then. But then she would have had to activate that against Shogo. And why would she do that? It could have been a mistake. Much to consider. But I will consider that on my break. I'm back. I feel like there was something I was gonna say for stuff we just learned, but honestly, like, it was just a lot of stuff that it's just a lot of new information and a new mystery to put together. Although I will say I'm kind of surprised Araishi wrote off the what do you call it? The Evergreen Beach. That's the one. I don't know why. I'm guessing he's either making a stupid assumption or he's absolutely correct, and I'm not sure which way to lean. So basically, he says that Sayman, the person who brought the Rite of Resurrection to Honjo, that he was one of the people that died causing the echoes. Causing the cursed echoes. And maybe that does make sense. And when he went to Edo, he took another name because he was basically banished, right? So it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to be under another name, have a profession that's not an onmyoji, and, you know, silently spread the rumors about that. That seems like a bit of an assumption on, yeah, that seems a bit of an assumption on Araishi's part, but at the same time, the game has leaped ahead in terms of the logic here and there that I feel like, yeah, is not like, previously it's made steps forward like that that aren't, that were meant to be taken seriously, but yeah. Either way. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Let's get back to it. So, Mio, what are we going to do next? Good question. Oh my fuck's sake, dude. It must be the controller. Barely lasted 8 months or so before it started fucking breaking. It may be best to give the information we just learned to Inspector Tsutsumi. We got a pretty big clue from hearing about the record of Fate's Yin Scroll. Mr. Tsutsumi might know more about it. Should we go back to the school then? Yeah, that's our point of contact after all. Whoever's behind that voice that gave Mr. Araishi the record of Fates, that must be the mastermind, don't you think? Yeah, and he said it sounded like it belonged to a woman. Whoever it is, I bet they're scary. Huh? Doesn't sound like the Yako I know. Then let's catch him and make him spill the beans. I thought you said something like that. Really? I guess I'm just not feeling that confident right now. I understand. I don't know if it's related to that woman behind the voice, but I'm also interested in the female onmyoji who was a rival of Sayman. Oh, that reminds me, Mino. You know what's nearby here, don't you? Oh, you mean where Michio... Yeah, where it happened. I was going there every day to leave flowers. Even though they always get cleared away anyways. I'm sure it must be hard to have to be reminded of Michio's death all the time. Oh, that reminds me. Yako? Yeah? When you asked me to do the spirit board 2 days ago, did you come here that day too? Yeah, I left some flowers before going to school. Why? anything seemed different that day. What's this all of a sudden? Though, now that you mention it, that day, I suddenly felt lightheaded and ended up passing out for a little bit. But I came to right away and felt fine, so I didn't think anything of it. I see. That's all I was wondering about. Thanks. Huh? Excuse me. Excuse me. You girls over there? Oh. Whoa. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but something you said caught my attention. And who might you be? I'm Yutaro Namigaki. I should probably tell you. Until yesterday, I was a curse bearer. That should clear things up. A curse bearer? Oh, you don't need to be scared. I've already given up the curse stone of the foot washing mansion. Foot washing mansion? So you're the one Inspector Tsutsumi was talking about. Ah, you already know the Inspector Tsutsumi. That makes this simple. There's nothing to worry about. Oh. Hey. You're in the driver's seat. Yako? Yes? Wait, what? Just now, was I doing something? Sorry, Mr. Namigaki. What might the matter be? What might be the matter? Right. I actually wanted to discuss something with you two. Would you come with me if you have a little time? Discuss something? With us? You were talking about Michio Shiraishi, right? It's related to that. Oh, I'm getting bad fucking vibes from this. Huh? I'm sure you would learn a few things yourselves. If not now, later is fine. I'll be waiting around Ryogoku Bridge. Something rubs me the wrong way about this, but you mentioned Michio. What do we do? Go to school first. Sorry, but there's something we've got to take care of. We'll have to pass. Is that so? Well, that's too bad. I'm in no rush, so I'll be waiting at Ryogoku Bridge if you change your minds. Oh, you son of a bitch. Is Michio's spirit possessing Yako? Fine. To do the stupid thing. Well, I suppose we may as well hear what it is you have to say. Glad to hear it. Then shall we relocate elsewhere? Okay, there are other people around at least. Maybe. Oh, yeah, there are. So, what did you want to discuss with us? Let's see. How do I put this? I'll tell you straight. I want you two to use your curse stones to bring Michio Shiraishi back from the dead. What? That's why I was pursuing the rite of resurrection in the first place. Fortunately, I had to give up my curse stone before I could succeed. But you two are curse bearers with some kind of connection to her, which means this is the perfect opportunity for me to ask you for this. Well, I'm sorry, this is all so sudden. I still don't understand why you would want this. What exactly is your relationship with Michio? Well, we met briefly once. I was so sad to hear the news of her death the other day. Right. Well, it would be great if we could bring Michio back. But we've already decided not to... we've already decided not to use the rite of resurrection. Is that so? Seems, however, that we share a goal. I wouldn't mind collecting the soul dregs for you, if you gave me your curse stone, you know? We'll have to decline that as well. Our goal is to stop this curse. I see. Well, that's too bad. I suppose I'll have to give up on the curse stones. Thank you for your understanding. Well, thank you for understanding. Yeah. I thought he was a little suspicious, but he left without making a fuss. But why does he want to bring Michio back? Because he killed her. Huh? Yako? Uh-oh. Is she off somewhere while we were talking? I feel like your boy is about to die. I finally caught up to you. I don't know if you noticed me following you or not, but leading me to a secluded place? You've got guts. I'm sorry, but I'll be taking your curse stone. Either you hand it over, or I'll have to take it by force. What? Why? Are you... No. No. She's here again. I don't understand. Wait, it was just an accident. I swear, I didn't mean to. That's why I was trying to bring you back. What the f... You're already... too late. Hello? What? I don't believe you. After this, Fumichika Nejima went on to use the power of his curse to commit mass murder, shocking the public with the unprecedented tragedy. What just happened? And from that day on, Yako Sakazaki was never heard from again. Ending 1, Michio's Grudge. I misinterpreted that we could have... Okay, so, for some reason, Yako and Michio are inhabiting the same body. So, gloss over that mystery for a second. Since the curses have existed now... Well, actually, To be clear, I guess we're not really sure what happened. We can't be actually certain of what happened, to... What's his name? Fuck is he? Where are you, asshole? No. I forgot his name. Yutaro Namigaki. We don't know exactly what happened to him, though I would say that it's probably the Taiko. The curse where we haven't seen. That day on, Yako Sakazaki was never heard from again. So yeah. Michio did die. She's just in she's in Yako's body for whatever reason. But I have to wonder then, like, let's assume for a moment that Namagaki got the same way that Jonochi did, right? Because the people that have died have all lined up with people that Michio had a grudge against. So, it would stand to reason that Namagaki died in the same way. But then, that would imply that Yako has been puppeted around to kill those people. But why is killing Namagaki specifically the one that makes her just disappear entirely? Is that because she finally realizes her goal and then just, like... Very, very interesting. But I guess that explains why Michio is able to do those things. It just has a lot of implications on what Yako's been doing since then. Because the people that... there have been 2 people that died that we know of, that we suspect were killed by Michio. This is Jonochi and her stepdad. And those happened after this, a successful getaway. So in this space here, basically. I guess there is just a lot of negative space there that things could have happened in that we don't know about at the moment. Best to let that cook, I think. Alright. Too much to handle. Haruo and Richter break into the Shiraishi residence with the detectives. They find a journal left behind by the deceased Iwai, finally revealing the mystery behind the kidnapping. However, Haruo remains unsatisfied. Also, like, how is Michio able to have a curse? And Yako not be aware of that? In further news, today the body of an adult male was discovered in the residence of one Toshiko Shiraishi around noon. Man identified as Kankichiro Iwai is said to have been in a relationship with Toshiko. He was unemployed at his time of death. While further investigations are still underway, it's suspected that his death is connected to the recent serial killings in Honjo. Evidence on the scene may also implicate Mr. Iwai in the unsolved child abduction and murder case from last year. Well, ma'am. Seems like we've managed to settle one part of the kidnapping case for now. Let's begin discussing our next steps. Right. We already got that one, yeah. Anything else interesting? Stopped watching the news. There's too much fluff. Wish they'd cut out the pointless stories and just report on what's important. Fax machine and consent images. I rarely find a use for it. I don't have a reason to use the phone right now. Suppose I should offer him some tea, but I don't really feel like it. No matter how much I look at the flowers, they don't make me feel anything. I'm so used to seeing this scroll, I don't really give it a second thought. What's that behind you, Richter? I wonder what kind of music Richter is into. I imagine he likes English songs. Yeah, okay. Next up, what do we need to do to get our hands on a curse stone filled with soul dregs? He's always going at his own pace. He's rather fascinating. Judging by the official announcement, it seems what Iwai wrote is likely true. With both the kidnapper and his young accomplice dead, the police should be able to handle the rest. Now that it's over, I can't help but think how pitiful it all is. We never would have known a thing had we not found his journal. Carelessness is what usually leads to crimes like these being exposed. It was pretty much the same with the Nejima murders. But stumbling across the answer by pure chance really makes you think. Makes my skin crawl to think of how many cases like this are left undiscovered. Me too. It's certainly disturbing. But with the kidnapping case all wrapped up, we can focus our efforts on obtaining the right of resurrection, yes? Indeed. I'm counting on you. Alright, let's reassess this curse situation. Right. I must admit, I never expected the police to be so on top of things. Chief Inspector Tetsuo Tsutsumi provided us a good wealth of information. I'm surprised he knew so much about the curse bearers. Do you think they noticed I'm one of them? I'm pretty sure Ario didn't. Chief Inspector, on the other hand, I'll have to be careful around him. But if he had suspected anything, I'm sure he would have detained us. We should stay vigilant moving forward. Agreed. Even if we steal a curse stone, you may not be able to successfully perform the rite unless you're a curse bearer yourself. Would you be okay with hanging on to the stone from now on? Of course. Just don't use it, though, okay? Ruin my fun, Richter. Alright. What we heard is true. There are just 3 curse bearers left to be discovered. There's the Whispering Canal, the Beckoning Light, and the Taiko Tsugaru left to investigate. It may benefit us to visit the places connected to those stories a few times. I see. I'm still highly suspicious of the people at Hihaku Soaps. They could be the ones pulling the strings. That Takumi Yumioka fellow is probably aware of the curse bearers we're searching for. Tracking his movements may prove to be useful. You want to follow him? If we were to follow anyone, he'd be my first choice, but... Damn it. Times like this really have me wishing I had more personnel. I imagine it's tough working on your own. It's the plight of running a small business. Always on the hunt for a skilled assistant. And then there's Nejima, who appears to be a curse bearer too. One-sided read, I think it was. We went to look for someone that's likely to gather a whole lot of soul dregs. Well, look no further. He did say he will unleash his curse on a large number of people at nightfall. If he gets the chance to, if the Chief Inspector manages to track down Michio, then, well, there's a chance he'll manage to apprehend Nejima before he gets up to no good. But why did you tell the Chief Inspector about the safe house? If you hadn't had that lead... It was written in Iwaya's memoirs. It was just a matter of time till they found out. Besides, we're talking about a massacre here. I can't just turn a blind eye. How different it is from any other curse bearer collecting soul dregs. Well, if we're talking Nejima, it could be a lot more dangerous. We'll just keep a close eye on Nejima and the cops. I love her so much. She's just like any way to be like, okay, but like, could we just let Nejima do a little massacre to resurrect my son? I just want to resurrect my son. Just one little massacre. Trust me. What about that girl from before, Ayame Tono? Do you think she could be a curse bearer? Well, there's a chance she could have gone and stolen someone else's curse stone by now. That's possible too, but... We haven't been to Midoricho Park yet, the place connected to the Taiko Tsugaru. Ah, right. That's close to where she lives. What if she was a curse bearer this whole time? She could have lied. It's possible. Would make her a brilliant actress to boot. The idea's got me itching to investigate her again. The place is rather suspicious. If only we could run into someone there. Richter. Yes? Oh, that's right. Would you mind if we make a stop on our way? We can make it quick. I apologize for the diversion, but I'd like to visit a candy store if possible. What? I suppose I don't mind. Okay. I'm guessing we can just move then? Shall we depart? From this point on, you will be given the option to finish investigation, which will allow you to immediately end this part. From there, you can continue on to the next part. You may also come back and restart this section from the point which you left off. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Candy shop first. Richter likes to visit the local candy shop in every district he visits. I figured once you've seen one, you've seen them all, but in reality each one has its own unique displays and colors to match the locale. It kind of irks me that we stopped here simply for the sake of entertainment. But I suppose he needs time like this to relax and reset his mind. He works so vigorously every day. Oh yeah, it's just a thing. Oh, god damn it. Shops close to the park, so children have been coming and going without pause. Places like this candy shop have been slowly disappearing from the street view recently. Sonoya. Children seem pretty fond of this place. Looks comparatively new. Must have had renovations done not long ago. He's up in front with the kids to participate in the raffle. It's weird seeing an adult his age enjoying himself so much at a candy store. Oh, it seems he didn't win anything. He's pouting so hard, even the kids are laughing at him. Oh! Look at his smile. Must have won something. Oh, nice. Hot damn! It's Mockingbird 10, Core Cacophony. He's a nihilist, but he gets the job done. Oh. Well, you seem pretty happy. Do you have to yell like that around children? God, it's really dumb. Oh, wow, that's cute. Core Cacophony, yep. Okay, I have got one that's ahead of that, too, so it's not... They're not just listed in the order you can see them. Oh, right. Ma'am, should we go for Monjayaki or something? That's sweet of you, but I'm not hungry right now. It's too bad. I haven't had great luck with this Mockingbird raffle. Would you mind if I tried a few more times? Apparently most of these are just replicas of the real deal, but even so, they're well worth the price. Some of the kids were saying they managed to snatch some rare finds in this lottery. Go ahead. Don't buy them all now. We got another one? Oh, no, same thing. Maybe that's just a bit of dialogue to... So let me know when you want to leave, okay? Okay, okay. Okay, yep. It's probably just a thing that prompts you to say, like, hey, maybe you can do it again. Maybe you can get something different. Actually, wait, I can check, not that. Look at 7 mysteries. Want to see Taiko, Midoricho. Yeah. Midoricho Park. So this would have been... Ma'am? Everyone is relaxing so peacefully in the park. It's hard to imagine it was the site of some horrid curse. Woman. The cops have yet to determine who the remaining curse bearers are. We have to find them soon. Richter seemed to be a little nervous when Ayame Tono was mentioned. Or was I just imagining it? With reason to believe the curse bearer, the Taiko Tsugaru, was here last night. It's possible they were already dead, but we haven't found any definitive leads. And then, Hey, that lady over there. That's Ayame Tono. She seems to be trying to hide. I don't want to startle her and have her run off on us. Let's sit and watch her for now. Oh. For fuck's sake. Well, I'm yelling out to her now. Fuck it. Wait, what did that say? Doesn't look like she's planning to move anytime soon. Alright, I'll be right back. He's gone. I suppose he really wanted to talk with her. Oh. There he is. Does he mean to jump out and surprise her from behind? Huh? Does he mean to intimidate her? Oh god, please tell me this isn't like a mating dance or something. Ah, she noticed. I guess his purpose was to talk with her after all. I wonder what they're talking about. She doesn't look like she's planning to run. Oh, they're coming here. Here she is. What do you think? Smooth work by the master, huh? Yes, very smooth. Hello! Thank you so much for yesterday. I know this is sudden, but I'm actually being pursued right now. Pursued? By who? I think it's the police. Would you be willing to provide me shelter? From the police. I figured we could hear her out and see what kind of mess she's gotten herself in. Don't make it sound like I'm some kind of criminal, please. The police have my apartment staked out, so I haven't been able to return home. I heard them say something about wanting to protect me, but something didn't feel right, and I got scared. Do you have any idea why they're after you? Well, I've been searching for the curses, so we shouldn't trouble ourselves with hiding you if they're after you for a good reason. Huh? How cruel! But this handsome investigator wouldn't turn me in so easily, would you? It's unfortunate, but we've got reasons not to get involved with the police ourselves. What shady reasoning. But if you've got some murky secret to hide, we might as well cooperate with each other, no? If you've got some murky secret... Okay. Anyway, how are your plans to resurrect Hakusai going? Hakusai. Fortunately, that's been going quite well. Oh? Does that mean you found someone to steal a curse stone from? Not exactly, but I found out a kind of last resort. Which is why I can't let the police get me. What do you mean by last resort? You're really asking me that? Doesn't concern you at all. Why should I tell you? What if we make a deal? In exchange for keeping you hidden from the police, you'll tell us about your last resort. Huh? Is that what got you interested? Oh, I've got it. You're meaning to steal it for yourself. Not at all. I'm just curious. That excuse will just not do. I don't need you to. I'll find a way to stay safe on my own. That was a close one. I should have known the only one you can count on in this world is yourself. We can't let her get away. Let's go after her. Stop it! Get any closer and I'll scream. Please, wait. We'll help you out, with no conditions. Well, you changed your mind quick. That just makes you all the more suspicious. Tried my best, but I couldn't convince her to stay. Could it be you don't know how to handle a girl like that? Since she's looking for a safe haven, would you mind me sharing your address with her? Just in case. Well, it doesn't really bother me, but you do recognize there are police officers in my close family. At least it'll allow us a way to keep in contact, no matter how small. Okay. I guess we're done here then? Yami Tono says her plans for the Rite of Resurrection may be achievable through this last resort. Does that mean she's given up on her plan to steal a curse stone? Richter. You know, I have one as well. A last resort. You do? Even if we don't steal another curse stone, I already have my own. If it becomes necessary, I am prepared to use it. So you think it might be possible that she has one of her own too? But that she despises the idea of using it to kill others, so instead she means to steal a cursed stone with soul dregs already in it? Doesn't contradict anything we know. She lives nearby, which means she might have the Taiko Tsugaru's cursed stone. We still don't know much about that one. Richter, that last resort Ayame spoke of, it could be our chance. We can use her. I hear you loud and clear. It's likely you know. Oh, whoa. Curse barrel. Okay. Okie dokie. I guess we just go wandering around then? Don't really have a specific goal at this point. What is that? Richter? What do you think that is? Oh? I don't see anything. Really? You don't see that? That thing looks like a phantom ball of flame floating in the air. A ball of flame? It must be the curse echo. Maybe only the curse bearers are capable of seeing it. But could such a thing happen in broad daylight? Ah. It's gone. Wonder if that was the beckoning light's curse echo. That phantom flame you saw might have been a manifestation of the lantern. In that case, does that mean a curse bearer is nearby? Oh, these shadows just like pop in. That's really cute. Doesn't seem like anyone's been here for some time. I wonder if it's one of the factories that got shut down when they tightened up regulations. Seems like anyone's been here for some time. Maybe there's still something about that. Curse bearer might be lurking in the vicinity. I'm gonna check the surroundings. Ah. Nothing. Didn't find anyone who looked the part. I see. Oh, I see. I doubt something happened around here, but something might have changed in the area. Keep your eyes peeled. If what I saw was the curse echo of the beckoning light, wouldn't that mean the curse bearer is nearby? Not feeling any strange presence, but that could be because it's midday. Something draw your interest? No worries here, I made sure to take a quick shower this morning. What the fuck? You saw earlier must have been the beckoning light. Something might have changed after that happened. Factory continues to be... What's going on? There's a curse bearer inside. The area was closed off to the public this morning after his body was found. The police quickly managed to complete their investigation and reopen the park as if nothing happened. People in the area are shockingly calm considering what happened here. You'd think they'd be put off knowing there was a dead body here just this morning. From what I heard, it happened right about where we are standing now. Ah! Richter, for fuck's sake, do not say shit like that. Telephone booth. It doesn't look out of the ordinary to me. Oh, okay, fancy pants. Look at that. It's a pretty unique looking playground. Did it catch your eye? Perhaps. Now's not the time, though. But it did get you interested. Does he want to play on it? child of a man. A bunch of kids gathered around Richter to poke fun at his clothing. It seems like kids come running for him wherever we go. Not all too surprising with his attire. He hasn't complained about it, though. He's got a soft spot for kids. See that? That's father material. Made it quite the challenge. Pass through it. You'd have to go underneath there. He definitely wants to play on it. You can go take a look if you're that interested. Really? I mean, Alright. I'll go check it out just to make sure. Didn't have to think long about that. What's that? Did you find something? Found a mockingbird under the playground equipment. Damn, talk about lucky. It's number 19, Penny Prattle. A fucking Sukeban parrot. That's amazing. Holy shit. I see. Congrats. Playgrounds always get me all fired up. I bet. This place is associated with the Whispering Canal. The canal must be connected to the man who was found drowned in the park. Agreed. Wasn't the victim a Hihaku Soaps employee? That's right. His name was Shogo Okie. Considering his occupation, he probably came here in search of a curse stone. People in the company know about the riot. It only makes sense they'd be looking for curse stones. You think the chairwoman and Takumi would send their regular employees out to hunt for their stones? If that's the case, perhaps that Shogo died trying to take a stone from someone else? Either that, or he was killed precisely because he was a curse bearer with a curse stone. I suppose so, but considering the location, wouldn't that mean the curse used was the Whispering Canal? Good point. That would mean Shogo Okie wasn't the wielder of the Whispering Canal curse himself. Could he have had the Beckoning Light, or even the Taiko Tsugaru? I was here last night and there weren't any dead bodies then. It's highly possible he was brought here from somewhere else. Wait, sorry, say that again? I was here last night and there weren't any dead bodies then. It's highly possible he was brought here from somewhere else. Huh. Oh, like he didn't actually die there specifically. I suppose that's possible. I hadn't really considered it, to be honest, but that does make sense. If that's the case, the wielder of the Whispering Canal has already collected his stone. Oh, oops. Ma'am, excuse me, but there's one more thing I'd like to try. Oh? Be my guest. Yeah? Shogo Okie is the name of the person who died here. It's hard to believe he was here by chance, only to end up murdered with a curse. Given his ties to Hihaku, we can assume he was aware of the situation and somehow involved with these curses. Okay. Did two curse bearers battle it out here last night? Who could the other person have been? Anything else to really do here. What happens if we go back to Shigemo? Can we discuss what we found? We already did all that. Okay. What? Excuse me? Okay, hold on a second. I wanna... If we do this, does this get us back with the sprite still there? No. Okay. Restart. Just fast forward through all this shit. Okay, there we go. So then we move. Yep, thank you. Let's go to the bridge. Oh, it's gone. Yeah, and the only thing we got out of it was something down here. Who the fuck is that? Oh my god, bro. There's more protagonists to unlock. Okay, I gotta see what this is. Time unknown. My head. What's happening? I hit my head? It's killing me. My vision was all blurry. Is that the ceiling? I feel the cold floor against my back. Must have fallen or something. Huh? My body won't move. Why? Why am I on the floor in the first place? No. Hold on. More importantly, who am I? Oh, bro, really? Okay, think. Try to remember something. Anything. Rite of resurrection. Revenge. Ugh. God. It's like my head was going to split apart. Did you kill him? What was that? That man's face. I've seen it before. I think. I'm sure I know it. Enter the man's name. Okay. Hajime Yoshimi. Oh. Yoshimi? Or just Hajime? Hajime Yoshimi. That's it, I know that name. Dark mists obscuring my memories is slowly starting to clear. Oh, my head is hurting again. Oh, is this his fiancée? What was that? A memory of mine? Hajime and I think we were close. But the first thing I saw, he was dead. Did I... Just what kind of person am I? Get up. Oh, no, we can get up. I can move again. I think my head is starting to clear. Looks like I'm in some kind of warehouse. You can find some clues as to what happened. I should take a look around. You can press suspend at any point in this chapter and start again from the same point where you select resume. If you get stuck, try playing a different route before returning to this one. There's a little sink here. It's pretty dirty. Hope I don't have to use it. There's water dripping from the faucet, but the knobs are stuck. I can't move them in either direction. There's a key to the sink. If I can use this to see what I look like, it might help me remember who I am. Ugh, I'm good. This mirror is completely unusable with all the grime that's built up on it. I wonder if I could clean it somehow. Won't open. Must be locked from the outside. So I really am locked in here? I don't know what's going on, but I doubt I can afford to take my time here. Yeah. There's a bunch of garbage in the corners. My guess is that this room isn't used very often, if at all. I can't just wait here for someone to come to my rescue. I need to look for a way out. Folding chair, all alone in the middle of the room. Gives me the creeps for some reason. They must have sat me on it earlier. Probably passed out and fell on the floor. I'm getting real awful. The vibes here are fucking rancid. I gotta say. I'm also worried there's gonna be a fucking jump scare too, but like, yeah. Open the left locker. Oh, there's a bucket and a mop in the left locker. Guess that's where they keep their cleaning stuff. Okay, cleaning supplies. Neat. There's nothing inside, but there's a piece of paper stuck to the front. Chemical, flammable, liquid, ventilation, if leaked, equipment integrity, thoroughly. That's quite the collection of words. What could this place be used for? Oh, items? I looked through all my pockets, but I don't have anything on me. Did I really not have anything? Or were my things taken? All I can be sure of right now is that my memories are hazy, and that someone's locked me up in here. I should look around to see if I can find any clues about who I am. Typical office desk. There's all kinds of stationery on it. Is there anything that looks usable? There's this pen. I don't really need it. I'll leave it here for now. Okay. Open the top drawer. Doesn't look like there's anything in the top drawer. There's some kind of note in the middle drawer. Alkylbenzene benzalconium chloride sulfonic acid sodium hydroxide. Names of chemicals? Maybe this is some kind of chemical plant. Bottom drawer. Nothing in the bottom drawer. No, wait, there's something stuck way in the back. Looks like there's some kind of sticker stuck back in there, but it's too dark to tell what it is. Oh. Ooh, what's that? Cabinet straight out of an office. Let's see what happens if I slide this open. Looks like there's nothing inside. Oh. A big shelf. Kind you always see in warehouses and stuff. I wish I could find some tools or something, but no such luck. What's this? Label's been torn off, but this must be soap. There's quite a bit left inside. I'll take that. Might be able to use this. Might as well keep it on me. Soap acquired. Congratulations, you can now take showers. Okay, we've done a 180 of the room. Although there is that air duct. Oh, I really don't like how dark the fucking shadows are in this area are. It's freaking me the fuck out. Bunch of messily stacked cardboard boxes. I took a peek inside, but it was too dark to see much. I need more light. Oh, a fuse box. A switchboard. Looking inside, it seems that this room has electricity at least. Does that mean someone is using this place for something? Oh, there's an air duct on the ceiling. Could this place have been a factory at some point? I wish I could call through it to escape, but don't see any way of getting into it from here. Anything on the floor that I might have missed? That really looks like something, like, right there. Try the drawer starting from the top. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's just scrap. Keep looking through it? Last drawer, it's different from the others. There's a padlock with a 4-digit combination. I have no idea what the combination could be. I better leave it for now. This lock looks brand new compared to everything else. Is this room being used for something? Let's see if it comes back to... Yeah. 4 digits, huh? I guess I could try all the numbers from 0000 to 9999, but... that'll be my last resort. Yeah. Hold on a second. Cleaning supplies. Bucket and mop. I guess that's... Oh, I might be able to use these cleaning supplies. You can fill the bucket with soap and use the mop to clear away most of the grime. Hell yeah. Now we're playing adventure game. Soapy mop. I should be able to clean a mirror with this. Oh, clean in one swipe. Soap is pretty good. I have to remember the brand. Yeah. Yeah, I knew it. Wow, I'm hot. Huh. So this is what I look like. Right. Yeah, this is me. I know this face. But... something doesn't feel right. Something's missing. Oh, my name. I can't remember my name. Hi, welcome back, Charles. May I ask how it's going to destroy you exactly? I need to figure out what my name is. Just think harder, man. Real sad boy hours? Okay, fair enough. I know what I look like. Next, I have to remember my name. Is there a woman with this face in my memories? Come on, I need my name. Enter name. I know your name, ma'am. Mayu Chozawa. Oh. Mayu Chozawa. Yes, that's definitely it. My name is Mayu Chozawa. Mysterious woman! This story tugs at your heartstrings. Yeah, from the little I had, from what I had been paying attention to during your streams, in terms of like actually stringing the story together, it definitely feels like there's a lot of opportunity for that. So I imagine the deeper you get into it, the more it's actually going to tug at that. My name is Mayu Chozawa. That man I saw in my memories, Hajime Yoshimi, is my fiancé. Wait. If what I saw was from my past, then Hajime's... No. Hajime could never be killed so easily. There must be some kind of mistake. Knowing him, he's probably worked himself into a frenzy looking for me. I have to get out of here and let him know that I'm okay. Yeah, about that. I don't think I can proceed without a fucking number that the player finds out. Oh, well, at least we got that, right? So... I don't know if there's anything else to really... we looked at the air duct, we looked at the switchboard. Anything... Is there not, like, a light we can turn on in here? Yeah, I think we might be shit out of luck until we know a 4-digit code. This chapter will be suspended. You can select... Yeah, yeah, that's great. Thank you, video game. Well, welcome to the gang, Mayu Chozawa. Jesus Christ. That's, I guess we know what happened to her now, but she also seemed like she was having, she had the same, like, words and stuff like that float in front of her face that curse bearers have. And what are we missing? We're missing the ever-burning lantern, the Taiko of, thingy, and the Whispering Canal. Those are the 3 that are unaccounted for. Seriously doubt she has the Whispering Canal. I don't know what happened. I don't remember. Do we know the cause of death for Hajime? Hajime was found dead under mysterious circumstances. Fucking god, okay. Mysterious circumstances. Hajime murders, overview, notes on Hajime. Oh, notes on Hajime. Here we go. Oh, awesome. Body found at former Yasuda Gardens. Estimated time of death 2 days prior at approximately 11 a.m. Cause of death, acute heart failure. Wait, so this was 2 days before the curse happened, though. Is this game by the Zero Escape guy? No, it's not. But I'm glad you got that vibe too, Charles, because yeah, it feels very much like that. I will say, not as well handled. There's definitely been moments here and there that I feel have genuinely suffered, from poor planning and telegraphing to the player certain things. Like, they tried to be hands-off with some things here and there, and I feel like there's one, like, major hurdle that just fumbles the entire thing. But it did also follow it up with that one moment in Persona 4 where the game just turns to you and goes, hey, you should have figured this out by now. Answer this question. And it just expects you to answer it. There's definitely, like, there's a lot of stuff that's, like, good in this game, but, like, there's a couple of things here and there that haven't been handled as well, I think. And the good far outweighs the bad, to be sure, but the bad was, like, Charles, I thought I soft-locked a visual novel. Like, genuinely, I thought I soft-locked a visual novel when the bad thing I'm talking about happened. Like, I didn't know you could do that, and it turns out I didn't, but, like, it very much came off like I soft-locked a visual novel. Yeah, it's just, like, with games like 13 Sentinels and Zero Escape, you do need to be very careful about how you're leading the player to certain conclusions, and, yeah, I don't think it did particularly well here, unfortunately. Yeah, but let's hurry to the high school after learning that Michio Shiraishi knew the whereabouts of Nejima's hideout. Yeah, because I guess if we go to this, we'll probably unlock this because Yako and Mio went to school. So, you know what? We'll give this a shot. I'm probably not going to stream for too much longer, but we'll play out most of this chapter, I think. Komagata High School. I need water. Boss, I just talked to the Samita police. Oh? What now? They found an abandoned van in the Chiba Mountains that looked like it had been in an accident. They couldn't lift any fingerprints from it, but they found blood splatters on the front. And guess what? The blood is a perfect match for Michio's. Oh. So it must be the van that hit Michio. You got it. It's all thanks to Yoshimi that we were able to find that out. The license plate had been removed, though, and they even scraped off the vehicle identification number. It'll take a while to identify the owner. Now they're trying to figure out if the van was sighted anywhere between the scene of the crime and where it was dumped. Got it. Thanks for the report. I guess we still can't rule out the possibility that Michio did commit suicide. She was so young. All the adults in her life did was push her around. Still doesn't look tired after all this running around. I wish I still had that stamina. It's nice that we got permission to use the school as our base of operations. The principal and head teacher were a little reluctant at first, but they were convinced that it'd help. But they were convinced that it'd help the investigation. Dealing with all this must be a real headache for those guys. I should thank them again later. Can I turn around entirely? No. Oh. Duck. Got him. Oh yeah, Charles, I don't think you've been around enough to see the Mockingbirds, but they basically put, like, a bunch of, well, actually, let me see this pop up everywhere. Basically, like, Japanese culture and just putting birds in them, but there's, like, delinquent fucking little, I can't remember what the names of those are. Birds, there's also Yosuke, but if he was a pelican, and then there's literally a fucking Sukeban fucking parrot. It's fucking great. But yeah, they're like collectibles around the game. It's kind of cute. Cute way of like keeping you looking around for things too. By the way, boss, we've confirmed that Michio died in a vehicular collision. This game is a trip. Yeah. It mixes a lot of horror elements, a lot of like, I'd say Uchikoshi-esque kind of visual novel stuff, but like, visual novels do fuck around with meta a lot. Like that's not an uncommon thing. But yeah, it mixes a lot of different stuff together, and I like where it goes, or I like a lot of what it was doing. There's like one or two things that I feel like it's ultimately kind of squandered, or didn't use it to its full potential. But beyond that, and the big thing that I thought I soft-locked it, game's been good. Game's been very good. We confirmed that Michio died in a vehicular collision. But are we sure that it was really an accident? Good question. I was wondering the same thing. The damage done by the collision indicates that the driver was traveling at a considerable speed, but there were no brake marks to be found. Exactly, which suggests they may have been intentionally targeting Michio. And then what was the motive, you think? Who would have a reason to kill Michio? The first person that comes to mind is Kenkichiro Iwai. After all, she knew about his crimes. But then, Iwai was supposedly able to control Michio by intimidation alone. There's also that teacher who was taking advantage of Michio, Kohei Jonochi. But to say he killed her to stop people from finding out that he was blackmailing her, doesn't seem likely somehow. You're right. Though both of them have fallen prey to a curse. That's true. In that case, it's quite possible she'll also decide to exact revenge on the person who ran her over. Yeah, we definitely didn't already see that happen. Not just possible, she may have already done it last night, just like with Iwai. Is there anything else that could have served as a motive? That talisman, maybe? The one Yoshimi was looking for. Oh, do you think someone wanted to take it from her? Well, the talisman wasn't found on her remains, nor in her house. Doesn't a hit and run seem like too drastic a measure to go for a little talisman? Also, I feel like after you hit them, surely you'd actually apply the brakes, and there were no brake marks found at the scene. So, they probably wouldn't have stopped, because they would have had a very small time window to actually grab the talisman off her body and run. Assuming she even had it. But in the end, it might have just been an unfortunate accident after all. Yeah, looks that way. I'm glad we've got that in our peripheral vision now. Either way, what we need now is a testimony from Michio herself. With a bit of luck, we may be able to ask her what happened during the crash ourselves. Yeah, I can't get my head around that particular development. I still have my doubts that it'll be so easy. Either way, we won't be able to do this unless Mio and Yako turn up. I'd rather have them sooner I'd rather have them sooner come. I'd rather have them come sooner rather than later, but I guess we just have to wait. Shall we head inside? All right then. Oh hey, hey Ario, I wanted to ask you something. Aye, boss. Jeez, you're an eager beaver. I haven't even said what it was yet. Right. Well, what is it then? Can't remember what you had for dinner last night? Looks like that agent over there is having some trouble with his pen. So if you've got a spare, go lend it to him. And for the record, I had Katsudon last night. No need to worry about me going senile just yet. I know I look like a genius, but I didn't think I came across the type to carry spare pens on my person. You? A genius? You're dreaming. But if his pen just stopped working, he can get it going again with a bit of nail polish remover. What? Nail polish remover? Yeah, you know, what you use to remove nail polish. Never used it before? Do I look like I would have... Don't make me sound crazy for not having used the stuff. I doubt you have either. Oh no, I used it alright. Did you know that it can remove oil-based ink stains? Which is also why it can be used to fix old dried-up pen nibs. Whatever's in there that removes the ink also doubles as a way to unclog pens. Huh. Good to know. Still wouldn't call you a genius, but it's something. You gotta make sure the remover doesn't mix with the ink, though, or it'll ruin it. Doesn't that defeat the purpose? Not to worry, I don't have nail polish remover on me right now anyway. Oh, no problem then. That doesn't fix anything. Long story short, I don't have a spare pen. Jeez, alright, I'll let him know. All that for you to say you don't have a fucking pen or the thing that could unclog it. Like, come on, man. Boss, I thought we were going to wait for Mio in the school. Okay. Fuck. Alright, let's go wait inside the school. I'm sure they'll be here any moment. Okay, thank you. Okay. Sorry. First of all, I have to come back to this. I have to come back to this shit again. The only thing this scene was establishing is that they were here. To unlock this. So they could have done... They could have done the thing that was blocking... They literally do that in a different part of the flowchart. What the fuck do you mean? This fucking game, dude. What the fuck? Ugh. Anyway, also... Huh? She's just... Okay. The record of Fate's Yin Scroll may contain a way to put a stop to the curse. Yako and Mio head back to Komagata High School to share this information with Tsutsuki. Komagata High School. Ain't that interesting? The record of Fate's Yin Scroll, huh? Well done, you two. That's some good info you got from that teacher. Thank you. Good job, boss. Operation Schoolgirl was a success. Don't fucking call it that. Yeah, thank you. Ario, stop making things sound weird. Anyways, let's share what we found at Michio Shiraishi's house. Yes, please. Stone-faced. Yes. A man named Iwai kidnapped sacrifices for black magic? And Michio helped with the kidnapping? And Mr. Janochi used that to blackmail her? Based on the report and looking at the circumstances surrounding the deaths of Janochi and Iwai, Michio Shiraishi did it. It would make sense. Furthermore, there are signs that Michio Shiraishi wanted someone to notice. Huh? Really? That ribbon that was left at the scene of Kohei's death is proof of that. Mio, I'm guessing you knew that already? Yes. Ever since this morning. But there's one piece of information I need. But I think we're near her limit. Hmm? What? What does that mean, Mio? So, if we get this record of Fate's Yin Scroll, we'll be able to dispel the curse? Yes. The source of this curse is a tragic event called the Honjo Incident that dates back to the Edo period. A non-Myoji named Seiman Tsuchimikado is said to have recorded a way to deal with the curse. So I think there may be a way to dispel the curse. Right. I'll leave how to approach this to you, Mio. I'll check with the Paranormal Affairs Bureau as well. But please make finding the record of Fate's Yin Scroll your top priority. Understood. But how do we go about looking for it? It's possible the descendants of Seiman have inherited it, but I don't think they're aware of its existence. It'd be nice if we had a clan crest or something to go off of. Maybe we'll have to ask Paranormal Affairs. That reminds me, Mio, was the Western black magic used by Iwai and Nejima really just an imitation? Huh? Why are you asking me? Oh, Boss said that you knew about this kind of stuff. Do you not? Well, I mean, I have some knowledge, but... How strange. I don't think I've ever told anyone that. It's okay, Mio. No one's judging you. Right. It still feels a little weird. So, what's your opinion on it as someone familiar with Western black magic? So Mio is aware of black magic and people know about that, but she didn't say she knew? If I could have a look at their grimoire, I could be sure. I could be sure, but based on their methods, I'd say they imitated black magic popular around 300 years ago. It was advertised as magic anyone could use, and was employed as camouflage to evade witch hunters. It's notable because they purposefully required living sacrifices to make it difficult to disprove its authenticity. Wow, you know so much. I'm impressed. Totally matches with the vibe you've got going on. What do you mean by that? Well, don't worry. Have confidence. Right. Thanks, I guess? If that blood magic is just an imitation, then we probably don't have to worry about it. I'm just glad things aren't getting even more confusing than they already are. Oh, right. Not the mastermind. I had an idea. Huh? What is it? This is about the chairwoman of Hihaku Soaps, isn't it? You mentioned her when you were telling us about that Iwai person. Yep. Whether the goal is to resurrect youth or to restore youth or resurrect someone, she's got her hands all over this. She has money, too. Also match Hideki Araishi's account of a woman's voice. An evil business lady with supernatural powers. Classic setting. That's not a setting, that's a character. Never mind. If only we could confirm those powers of hers were actually real. We'll need to keep an eye on her. I'll tell HQ to look into her. Now then, if we're nearing the limit, I'll stop beating around the bush. Time to tell it to you straight. Yako Sakazaki. What? Me? Yes? Take out your curse stone and give it to Mio. My curse stone? It's been in my pocket all this time. Thanks. I'm gonna borrow it for a second. Well? Yes. There are soul dregs inside, after all. Wait! Whoa, 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 hold on. No, wait, no, files. Kills by fatal fall one who hears its music for 30 seconds. Wait, Michio was using the Fool's Procession? Oh, shit. Okay, I didn't... Right, okay, no, that makes more sense. Because Michio... Yeah, because otherwise Michio would have had to have a separate stone to Yako, which doesn't make sense. There are soul drakes inside, after all. What? How did this happen? I didn't do anything. I swear, you have to believe me. It's okay. We know. Yako, calm down and listen to what I'm about to tell you. But... There's no mistake that Jonochi and Iwai were killed by that curse stone. But the one who committed the act is... the ghost of Michio Shirai that is inside you, Yako Sakazaki. What? What? Inside me? What? What do you mean? What do you mean? It's okay, Yako. Please calm down and listen. You've been possessed, Yako. By Michio's ghost. What? It probably happened when you were offering flowers at the site of the accident. Filled with regret, her lingering ghost reacted to the presence of her old friend and entered you, Yako. Oh, wait. Michio's ghost is inside me? I've explained this once before, but just because you've been possessed doesn't mean that you lose control of yourself. Normally, the mind would reject such attempts and it'd do nothing more than affect one's mood or energy levels. But Michio had a powerful spirit sense to begin with. And because she was your friend, your mind was open to accepting Michio's spirit. So for those reasons, your minds merge without any issue. It's going to be difficult to separate her from you at this point, which also means it will be difficult to guide her spirit to the afterlife. No way. We've merged? Me and Michio's minds are... But I don't feel different at all. I mean, I'm me, I think. That's because after she merged with you, Michio started to believe she was you as well. As a ghost possessing you, she's not fully conscious, only really a jumble of vague memories. Still, there are traces of her consciousness and memories as Michio Shiraishi. You've been acting a little different from usual. You would also sometimes react when coming into contact with things with a powerful influence. Really? That having been said, if we don't have a proper understanding of the regrets Michio Shiraishi had when she died and why, it would be difficult to separate her from you. That's why I didn't say anything. I'm sorry. If I carelessly provoked her ghost, it could have risked causing her to dig even deeper into your mind. Oh, no. Right. And that's why encountering what's-his-name that drove into her drove into Michio meant that, yeah. When we mentioned limits earlier, we meant that by letting things proceed like this, there's a possibility that you will join completely, making it impossible to separate her ghosts from you. If that happens, you'll never be able to tell which of your thoughts belong to her and which belong to you. What? That's so scary. You mean I won't be myself anymore? But if it's Michio, then maybe it wouldn't be so bad? I don't know. What should I do? What? Oh, but... It was actually Michio who used the curse stone while I was unaware, wasn't it? Doesn't that mean her ghost has already taken over my body? Well, about that. I think that's probably the effect of the curse amplifying murderous impulses and the influence of the Feast of Shadows. While you were sleeping, the ghost's powers were boosted. And strengthened by the feast, Michio's consciousness surfaced and took control of your body. Then that means... I was the one who killed them. I cursed them both. Ah! Yako, no! You were being controlled. Right, Inspector? Yeah, that's right. It's likely she'd be recognized as not being responsible for the crime due to the possession. It's not something you can control. No need to worry about that. No, you're wrong. I wanted to kill them too. Those feelings must have come out. It's not only Michio's fault. I mean, when I learned that Michio didn't commit suicide, I wish that all the cruel adults around me would just die. I had the curse stone with me, and I wanted to get revenge for Michio if the chance came. That's how I felt. Yako. Because Michio wasn't able to escape her terrible situation. It was so hard, it wouldn't be unusual for someone to take their own life. And I had this curse stone. I made Michio get revenge all by herself. Michio tried so hard to keep on living in silence, and I treated those feelings like they were worthless. I should have done it myself right away. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Michio. That's why... I killed them. Yako! There you are. Oh, hi Michio. What's up with you? You've had me worried sick since you haven't been coming to school lately. Feels like it's been forever. I'm glad you seem to be doing good. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry I didn't tell you why. I've always regretted it. Oh, come on, you're acting like we aren't buds. You tell me if anyone is making you sad and I'll take care of them. Thanks, Yako. Actually, I'm here because there's something I wanted to tell you. Really? What's the matter? You can tell me anything. Well, the truth is... I did something unforgivable to an innocent man. Saying that I was forced to and didn't have a choice doesn't undo it. I'm sorry. Oh, right. Oh my god, that's actually pretty good. I feel so guilty. What? I've done so much I can't take back. All because I was weak. There's no escaping the hell that I've created for myself. I couldn't handle it anymore. I started thinking about killing him and dying myself. Neither of us deserve to live in this world. What? But something went wrong. And that's why I died with regrets. Oh, this is happening in her head. But thanks to you, I finished what I wanted to do. Thank you. And I'm sorry for dragging you into this. What? Wait, you don't need to apologize. It's only now that I realize. I know how selfish it is. But I hope you remember the time we spent together as friends. And how we were able to be together at the end. Please, don't forget me. Huh? No! Michio, wait! Huh? You're awake. Do you feel okay? I'm sorry I had to spring that, I'm sorry I had to spring that all on you, Yako. What? Is this... Are we in the classroom? Huh? Was I... dreaming? I'm sorry to rush this along while you're still gathering your feelings, but we need to hear what Michio Shiraishi has to say. Now. Oh, that's really bad timing. Right. And so, after considering what to do, it is true that Michio's consciousness is mixed with yours. But if I summoned her ghost, we may be able to establish some communication. Oh, I understand. So you thought to use the spirit board again? Yep, I have a hunch. I think the spirit we called last time may have actually been Michio herself. Really? You think? And that her spirit has been close to you ever since. Then, let's do it. I think we should, and I want to hear from her. Very well. I have no idea if this will work during daytime, but let's give it a try. Are you ready? I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready. Okay, here we go. Do you remember how to do it? Place your finger on the 10-yen coin. No, yeah. Right, like this? Good. Now do as I do. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, please visit us. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, please visit us. Please tell us if you are there. It's here. Now, is it the spirit of Michio? Yako, would you ask the spirit? Alright. Are you Michio Shiraishi? Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, are you the spirit of Michio Shiraishi? Ah, it said yes. Don't be so sure. Some spirits like to play tricks. Can you try asking it a question only Michio would know the answer to? Question only Michio would know the answer to. Let's see, then... Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, how much did the ribbon I bought with Michio cost? $490. 490 yen. That's right. Well, it seems we have the right spirit. Okay, can I have you ask her a question? Okay, what do you want me to ask her? I want you to ask about the location of Fumichika Nejima's hideout and the location of the talisman as well. Okay. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, please tell me the location of Fumichika Nejima's hideout. Please. Terrible things will happen if he isn't captured soon. I'm sure it's painful to try and remember, but you're the only one who can help us, Michio. Please. It moved. This is an address. She's giving us the address. Amazing. Thank you, Michio. Okay, I have the address. Thank you. Alright, Aereo, get a move on and check out that address. Yes, sir. I'll contact HQ and order a simultaneous house search and sweep of the area. I just hope the information is accurate. I know it is. What was the other thing we could have asked? Do we not get to ask that? Okay, yeah, where's the talisman? Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board. Do you know where the talisman that you had is? She does know. I wonder if we can find a way to narrow it down. I'll try asking. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board. Did you carry around the talisman with you at all times? So she did carry it with her. Then, did you have it with you when you had your accident? Huh? She had it with her? But there was nothing resembling a talisman in the articles left behind at the scene. So that means someone took it with them and ran off with it before the scene was investigated? But who would do that? This would mean someone knew Michio had died before the police did. The first person to discover and report it was the caretaker of the apartment building next door. Should we check with them? Let's see. The other possibility I can think of is the perpetrator of the hit and run. But it was a hit and run. Wouldn't they have run away? It might be possible they came back, driven by fear or something else. Or even if so, they didn't report it when and went through her belongings. But to only take the talisman? Seems hard to believe. Unless they were after the talisman from the very beginning. How likely is that? If the talisman really is so special. Aereo mentioned the same thing, but to run someone over just to take something from them? It's possible they just picked up the talisman after hitting her for no particular reason. Either way, if it really was a hit and run, then I hope they get caught. It's possible she remembers something after seeing that picture of the car. Then, shall we try asking? I'll try. Who is responsible for the hit and run? Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, do you know who was behind the hit and run? Yeah, you certainly do. She says she knows. That's a relief. She hadn't known. Huh? In order for Michio's spirit to find peace, we need as much detailed information about what happened as possible. We can't send her off to the afterlife if we don't know what happened when she died. This isn't like a forced exorcism. Huh. So that's what it'll take. Alright, I'll try asking. Right. Now, Spectre of the Spirit Board, who is the one who ran you over? I hope she knows the name. I wonder. Namigaki. Namigaki? Huh? Namagaki? What? You mean Yutaro Namagaki? You two know him? We talked with him after we left the cafe. He used to be a curse bearer, right? Oh, I see. So that's why Yako had that reaction when she saw him. What? Come to think of it, that guy said he wanted to talk about Michio. What? The hell is he planning without his curse stone? He said he'd be waiting near Ryogoku Bridge. Got it. I'll join you there once we're done. He's the bastard who killed Michio? Yako. This should be enough information. We can release Michio from her suffering now. Let's do it. Alright. Say goodbye. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board. No. Michio. Thank you. You helped us. You know, I'm so sorry I didn't know about it all. The family, the kidnapping, Mr. Jonochi. I'm so sorry. It must have been so hard. Not that I could understand, but I'm sure it was so hard. I mean, of course you would want revenge. I wanted it too. We've all done things that we wish we could take back. But I'm glad that I at least know the truth. Yako. So much I want to say, but that's enough. Let me just ask you one last thing. Someday, can we hang out again? You mean it? Okay. It's a promise. Have you asked everything you wanted? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to guide Michio's spirit now. Yeah. It's time to say goodbye. Michio, with this I'll finally be able to free you. Hey, Yako? Yeah? You never accepted the idea that Michio took her own life. I'm glad you never stopped trying to find the truth. Yeah. You're right. Even though I didn't realize just how hard things were for her. Mia? Sorry. Delicious Yuri. It's just Michio taken advantage of by so many of the adults around her. She put up with so much. I should have tried to talk with her more. I know how you feel. Thanks, Mio. It hurts thinking about all the things I could have done. Why did this have to happen to someone so kind and hardworking? Feels like she was ill-fated to the very end. It's just too cruel. But even then, she didn't even tell me about this stuff. And she let herself worry more about revenge than living. I'm mad at her for that. Sure, I should have noticed something was wrong, but come on. What was she thinking? Seriously, I mean seriously. Am I really that unreliable? Of course I'd help you get your revenge, you idiot! I don't care how you had changed or whatever. I just wanted you to live. Yako. I'll take responsibility for what's been done. But one day, if we meet on the other side, I'm gonna have to give her a good punch. Then I'll tell her she's the real Fool's Procession. Or something. Yeah, maybe workshop that. Then we'll hang out like always. Sounds like fun. Alright. I'm sending her off, okay? Oh, wait. Look, the coin. It moved to Noel on its own. Right. When did it do that? It seems like she still has something keeping her here. Yako. Yako, do you have any idea what Michio wants? Me? Oh. Please, don't forget me. I think she told me that she didn't want me to forget. I see. Then, Michio, if you can hear my voice, may your feelings that you won't ever forget her be known. Show it through in action. What? Do something that shows you won't forget? Um... Michio, if you can hear my voice, let your feelings that you won't ever forget her be known. Show it through an action. Is this... the dialogue's confusing again. Hold on a second. I'm gonna save it as well. It's like, I was about to wrap up, because it's well past the time I wanted to wrap up, but... Oh my god, shut the f... I didn't... Alright, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Not gonna lie, that's pretty good. God damn it. Now I just need to make sure I never save over slot 2. Thank you. Though, I don't really want you to punch me. So, live a long life, okay? I'll see you later. Oh my god, we're still going. Okay, no, we're well... No, we're saving here. We're saving here. Yeah, because, yeah, I got suckered into that entire sequence, and when, like, towards the end, I was like, oh shit, I took way too long to do that. I can't go through another one of those. Besides, like, it's getting late too, so I wouldn't want to rob anyone that actually watches a stream of that bit either. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, this stream solidified, like, yeah, I think, Fancy Sushi, or whatever the fuck its name is, that's just straight up a failure on the game's part, I think. It did something similar to that later on better, and the fact that it didn't do that before, the first instance where stuff like that could start happening, I don't think that's good. I think that's legitimately a mistake. They should have actually made that kind of work in the way that it did in the latter example. Which really sucks, because, like, that could have been really cool if not for the path I took to get there. But, hey, I always like a game that will just straight up, like, respect its audience enough to, like, turn to them and go, okay, I'm sure you figured this out, but can you answer a question about the mystery right now? And it's like, that can legitimately be, like, that is a very good, like, wake up moment of just, like, have you been paying attention? Because you should be paying attention. Can you describe what, that whole thing is? Yeah, answer my riddles. Exactly. And then, yeah, the stuff with Harué is fucking great. Now, Mayu is also a protagonist that we control as well. She's probably going to be, like, a lot of the meta stuff we need to figure out. I assume the nail polish thing is probably going to be important for that. There's also just straight up a 4-digit code we need to figure out, too. Yeah, I'm really curious now, like, Maybe Michio just lost control of Yako's body when morning came. But yeah, fuck. Like, I do think this devolved less into verbal stand battles than I would have liked, and it's probably going to come to a head at sundown, right? Like, when the curses actually reactivate, because, like, Haruwe has had a lot of time to sit and brood. There are still 3 curse bearers we know nothing about, and it's starting to get into the afternoon hours. There's a lot of shit that is probably going to be happening in the next, like, couple of hours of the game. As things start to kind of wrap up. But, we'll have to leave that until next weekend. So, tomorrow, I'm going to be starting Dual Destinies, Ace Attorney, with Mina. Yeah. Phoenix Wright Game 5, where Phoenix apparently has his suit back, and that makes me raise a very big eyebrow, like, the fuck do you mean? So interested to see how that goes. And then I've got 2 days off after that, so an extra long weekend for me. And we're going to be going back to FF16. I have hopefully sorted out the graphical issues I was experiencing in the latter part of the first stream. So they should be all out of sight. Game might look a little bit more crunchy as a result because I think it's actually doing dynamic resolution and stuff like that. Actually doing that in an efficient way for my card. I don't know what effect that's going to have on the graphics. I should actually run through it and see, like, whether it starts to, like, taper off in quality after the fact, but yeah, hopefully that'll be good. And yeah, there'll be 2 pretty long sessions, Monday and Tuesday my time, so not tomorrow, but the 2 days after that. Yeah. Charles has finished streaming, I imagine. Is there anyone streaming? Oh, we could do Robot, actually. What's he up to? Oh. He's up to snack time for the kitties. Excuse me. Stigmatized property. I don't know what that is. Horror game inspired by haunted apartment rooms in Japan. These properties are known to have cheap rents and, you play to find out the exact reason why. Wow. Okay, A, that's surprisingly similar to what's going on in Paranormasight, but B, you're not getting me with that. I'm finding more and more that I really don't handle horror in video games very well. Especially, like, the jump scary kind. Like, that freaks me the fuck out. But, yeah, you know what? That's a good raid target, I think. It also fits the vibe, I guess, because it's not explicitly horror related, but very horror adjacent, I'd say. But yeah, Robot on Coffee's good, people. I've raided him a few times. He's been around the stream a little bit as well, so yeah, go and give him a follow. And stick around in the raid if you can. I need to go and run errands. I didn't have, like, a hard out, but I was like, I need to start getting errands done by this time, and I'm now 40 minutes past that. So, but yeah, hey, when you're on a roll with a video game, you don't really want to set it down, so yeah, should be good. Yeah, so, Dual Destinies tomorrow with Mina, and then FF16 Monday and Tuesday. That's gonna be good. Man, I'm really worried that they're just gonna, like, do a 180 on Phoenix's character and he's just gonna go back to normal. I know Mina kind of alluded to Phoenix not being like he was in AA4, which I'm already disappointed about, but there is, like, degrees of disappointment in which, yeah, but I guess we'll find out tomorrow.